you've seen the body cam video of Officer Rash, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Officer Rash told you and told your father that Larry English said Mr. Arbery had never taken or stolen anything from the open unsecured construction site. Is that correct?
My understanding was never saw him take anything from there. Yes, ma'am. Never saw anything taken.
Okay. And Larry English actually had never had anything stolen from the open unsecured construction site.
Yes, he had stuff stolen out of his boat that was inside that house. Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't investigate that crime as a law enforcement officer, correct?
No, ma'am.
Because you weren't a law enforcement officer, were you?
That's correct.
All right. And your father wasn't a law enforcement officer either.
He was not.
Okay. So you're basing your probable cause on something that was rumor that your mother told you about things being stolen off the boat.
I was basing it on the 11th for seeing him in there again and hearing that the stuff was stolen off of that boat, and then hearing it from the other neighbors and then from seeing on the 11th. So yes, it happened, and then seeing him come in multiple times, and then everything that followed up on the 23rd. Yes, that's.
You were here when Officer Rash testified, is that right?
I was.
Okay. And you heard Officer Rash, under cross-examination, answer the defense attorney's question about if Mr. Larry English had filed a police report about items stolen off of his boat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he said the officer assigned would have investigated it, right?
Yes.
All right. And that means interviewing Larry English, correct?
Yes.
And so an officer who's investigating the theft of items off the boat would have found out from Larry English that the boat had been moved back and forth to Douglas, correct?
Objection, speculation now? She's asking him about, to assume what Officer Rash would have done had he been asked to make a report about thefts by Larry English, and then how he would follow up on that. This is all speculation on the witness's part.
Speculating as to what Rash would have done, that's the thing.
I'll ask a better question, Ron. On cross-examination, do you remember Officer Rash testifying that the officer assigned, if Mr. English had filed a report, would have investigated that?
Yes.
Okay. And that Officer Rash, you heard him testify that that would have included interviewing Larry English, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you heard Larry English testify that the boat had been moved back and forth between Douglas, correct?
He learned that. Yes.
Well, he didn't learn that. He knew it. He'd moved the boat back and forth, right?
You talking about Rash or?
Is object. I'm not sure what the relevance is about asking him what he heard people testify in court if he didn't know with his own personal knowledge on particular dates. Hearing what people later come and testify about in court is asking him to comment on the testimony before the jury. It doesn't seem to be a relevant inquiry. What he did and what he knew at those particular times, I think, sure. But what they testify about in court and how that may change his thoughts about dates in the past doesn't appear to be relevant.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. And you heard Larry English testify that he suspected his subcontractors? Yes?
That.
That Larry English suspected his subcontractors of having stolen the items off of his boat. You heard him testify to that?
Here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you heard him testify that he told that to Officer Rash?
Yes.
And you heard Officer Rash testify that he told that to your father?
Yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about what was happening on February 23rd, 2020. All right, so you personally first saw Ahmaud Arbery as he was running ahead of you on Burford.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were driving behind him in the white F-150 pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at that time, when you first saw him, he didn't have a bag, did he?
No, ma'am.
Didn't have a backpack.
He did not.
Wasn't carrying a box.
Was it?
Okay. And You could see his hands as he ran,
Yes.
right? And you could see that he was wearing the cargo shorts and the t-shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't know who he was. I mean, you didn't know him personally.
I didn't know him personally. No, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't know his name.
No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't know anything about him.
Nothing.
He didn't know you.
Not that I'm aware of.
You just knew that he was the guy who was on video at the open unsecured construction site.
That I saw on the 11th.
And at this point in time, when you first see him on Burford, he's not reaching into his pockets.
No, ma'am. Not running. No, ma'am.
And he never yelled at you guys,
No, ma'am.
never threatened you at all,
No, ma'am. Not
never brandished any weapons.
Sorry, Your Honor, he's trying to finish his answer.
Yeah, he did not threaten me verbally. No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't brandish any weapons,
No, ma'am.
didn't pull out any guns,
No, ma'am.
didn't pull out any knife,
No, ma'am.
never reached for anything, did he?
No.
He just ran.
Yes, he was just running.
So at this point in time, you catch up to him on Burford by pulling up next to him. Is that right?
Yes, pulling alongside, keeping with my window right there. I did.
So as he's running down the street, okay, say this is the street, he's on this side of the road, consistent with someone driving forward, or is he on that side of the road looking at oncoming traffic?
Oncoming traffic.
Okay. So he's
Yes.
on the side for oncoming traffic.
That's correct.
All right. So you pull up next to him. Is that right?
Yes.
You startled him.
No.
Are you a mind reader?
I'm not, but I could see his actions, the way that he didn't veer, he didn't run off. I came up to him slowly, just like I would anybody else, and I've never startled anybody doing that before, anybody walking or jogging or running. I've never had anybody become startled on that, so I
How
don't know
many-
why it would be.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. How many times have you pulled up on strangers that you don't know next to them with a pickup truck to ask them what they're doing in your neighborhood?
I don't think I have in that situation, but I have pulled up on people that are running behind, coming up behind them. But I mean, if you could be startled from somebody coming up behind you, is one thing or another. You can tell if somebody is, but I didn't startle him. I didn't come up on him hard or fast or blowing the horn or anything. I just pulled alongside him on my side of the road, right at the yellow line, and once he acknowledged me and saw that I was there, it's when I came a little closer and stayed with him.
So he's running, you pull up, he looks at you, and you say to him, what?
I say, hey, what's going on? Hold on a second.
And he didn't say anything back to you.
No, ma'am.
All right. He just kept running.
He stopped and turned and went backwards. That was the first time. That was the one caught on Mr. Roddy's or Mr. Brian's video. Was turned out to be the first qualification.
Okay, so hold on. You pull up next to him, he stops, and then he turns and starts running this way, back down Burford towards Satilla.
Yes,
And then you back up. Is that right?
I did.
So you back up the truck to follow him, and at some point in time, what do you say to him at that point?
I'm asking him, what are you doing? You know, what's going on? What happened down there? Why is there some, I asked him why somebody pointing down the road. As I'm talking, that's when he turns and runs back down Burford.
So now you're asking him, hey, why is somebody pointing down the road? That's what you're asking him?
That's what I was trying to get to ask him why there are people pointing down the road.
All right, Mr. McMichael, not asking for generalities and what's in your head. I want to know exactly what you were saying to the man jogging down the street. Do you understand?
Yes,
Okay. What exactly did you say to him the first time you pulled up to him?
I want to talk to you.
And he turned and ran.
He stopped, turned and then went the other direction.
And that was an indication to you that he didn't want to talk to you.
Yes,
That was an indication he was not going to stop for you.
Yes,
Okay. And at that point in time, you chose to put your truck in reverse and back up at him.
back up along with him.
So he's trying to get away from you, doesn't want to stop, doesn't want to talk, and you're backing up to go along with him.
That's correct.
And at some point in time then, he turns to run up Burford, right?
Yes, I've asked him again, or asked him that I wanted to talk to him. I don't know exactly what I said, but it was to the effect that I want to talk to him and what happened down the road.
And at this point in time, you're not wearing any sort of uniform.
No, ma'am,
You're not in a marked patrol car.
I'm not.
You don't have any badges on your sleeves.
I do not.
And when you told the police, you were talking to them about let me try to get this right. Do you remember telling the police? So I pull up to him and say, hey, you know what's going on? He's running. He won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. I'm at the bottom of page 8, top of page 9. Stop right there. Stop where you're at. Do you remember telling the police that that's what you said?
That's what's on here. Yes, ma'am. You want me to read it?
I'm just asking you if that's what you said. You said, what's going on? He won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. Stop where you're at.
Yeah, that's part of it.
So at this point, you're ordering him to stop. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say ordering. I was asking him.
Like nicely and politely, please, sir, stop?
At first, it was not police or sir, but hey, can you stop? Please, yes, stop for a second. Stop for a second. My voice inflection and tone, I was trying to keep the situation calm.
And this is at the time that he's already decided that he doesn't want anything to do with you and has run back down Burford towards Satilla.
Yes.
And then we see what happens in the night owl video. Is that right? Is that what happens next?
Brian, yes. Yes, around that time.
You find it. What's my evidence number? Hello? Okay, I need to know what the evidence number is. I can't find that out video on that thing. I know it's there. Okay. I apologize, Your Honor, something's not right, and I'm worried I've missed it, or somehow it is not on the file anymore.
We have no objections to stay for like a recess.
Thank you. Let's make sure it's on there. There we go. So publishing States Exhibit 194, the first video ending in 261. Is this what we have?
Yes.
You're backing up, and then he's running away from you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, is this your truck pulling forward after him?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
So at this point in time, you could have just stopped, right?
I could have.
You could have just let him run, correct?
I could have, but I also wanted to make sure that everything was okay down the road and see what was happening. I wanted to ask him, at least ask him what was happening and see what he would say and go from there.
Despite the fact that you know about the Fifth Amendment, you know that no one has to talk to anyone they don't want to talk to, right?
That's correct.
And you said that you wanted to know what had happened and that you saw Matt Albenzi out in the street when you came out with your shotgun from your house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go down and ask Mr. Albenzi what was going on, did you?
I did not.
Okay. So at one point in time, I think you said you thought, well, maybe somebody had been hurt or something had been broken into, or maybe Larry English was down there, right?
That's correct.
Right. But you didn't head that way to see what exactly had happened, did you?
I did not, because Mr. Albenzi was pointing down the road. I took it as whatever happened, you need to go that way. You need to go that way. Something has happened. And then trying to ask him to see what was happening. What happened?
Because something had happened.
Something has happened.
All right, so at this point, right here where he's running, you're still yelling at him, stop, I want to talk to you, stop.
No, ma'am. Once I watched him run and then pull onside him again is when I engaged with him again.
All right, so we're talking about going all the way down Burford.
No, ma'am. It was only another 100 feet from there, maybe 200 feet. There was a wooded area right where I spoke to him again.
All right, so let's take a look at this,
May I?
which I want to make sure you have the right exhibit number. So what we're looking at here on the blown-up board is going to be States Exhibit 300. So taking a look at the blown-up board of States Exhibit 300,
So are you asking him to take a look at it?
I'm going to go ahead and publish it up there so that we can go ahead and see it, but that's what the blown-up board is.
Okay.
Are you able to see that on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So, got the Bryan house. You said you went down here to maybe a wooded area. Is it fair to say that that wooded area is right in here?
Yes, it's right at the corner of that house or lot right there. The last open area.
Right here.
No, ma'am. Right
Right
there.
here?
Yes.
All right. And so you chased him down here, and at this point in time, you cut him off.
No, ma'am. I'm alongside him and ask him to stop. I want to talk to him. And then after I asked him, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Hey, hold on a second. Is when he finally stopped and I was like, okay, now we can talk. We can see what's going on. And then as soon as I said, the cops are coming, after he didn't respond to me or talk to me, and I said, hey, the police are coming, stay right here. That's when he turned and ran the other direction.
You'd agree with me when I say that you never, ever told the Glenn County Police Department or in your written statement that you said to Mr. Arbery, the police are coming?
I don't know if I did or not. If it's not on there, then I didn't say it, but I mean, I could have missed it from everything that was happening and writing it down 2 hours later. I might have missed it, but on the assumption that they do that, because I was still under the impression that my dad has called the police, so I'm under the impression that the cops are coming.
So talking about that, I'm going to have you take a look at page number 9. Again, that last paragraph. So in your statement to Detective Nohilly, only a couple hours after the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery, you basically say he goes around the corner, comes back, he's, man, something's not right here. I tell him to stop, grab the gun out of the truck. I say, hey, stop. He runs back. Man, you call 911 yet? Find my phone, give it to my dad, said, call the cops, let's get the cops. So it's only after you grabbed your shotgun out of the truck at the corner of Holmes and Satilla that you say, hey, let's call the cops, and you hand the phone to your dad to call the cops.
That's when I found out that he did not call the police, when I realized that he has not called the police. And then
So also on page 9, you never indicated that Mr. Arbery actually stopped long enough for you to have a conversation with him. Is that correct at the top of page 9?
Yes, I do. I said, he's running, he won't stop. I said, that's him. Stop right there. Stop where you're at. Call the cops, And I'm assuming, or what I'm saying there is I told him that I called the cops. There he is. He starts acting funny, and then he takes off running. So he was stopped. If he takes off running, then he was stopped at the point.
Remember yesterday telling this jury that that's what you said to your dad? Call the cops, there he is? Do you remember telling this jury just yesterday that was what you said to your dad? Call the cops, there he is. He starts acting funny, he takes off running.
I believe I said, have you called the cops yet? And then on this here is what I mentioned to the police in the interview. And reading this and knowing how I was all over the place when I was giving that statement, this is what I was talking about. This is what I believe was what I was talking about.
But you'd agree, nowhere in here do you say that Mr. Arbery actually stopped. You said, stop right there, stop right where you're at, and he takes off running.
He takes off running.
Mm-hmm. So nowhere in here do you indicate to Detective Nohilly that he stopped long enough for you to say the police are on their way and that's why he took off running. Nowhere in here and nowhere in your written statement is that indicated.
In those terms, saying it in that verbatim, I did not. But looking at this and how I was still under stress, still under the impact of what happened a couple hours after this, just 2 hours after the shooting, and then seeing how I was talking, under stress, nervous, scared, I know what I was talking about here, and that's what I was talking about. They call the cops, stop where you're at, call the cops. I'm probably choppy trying to talk to him, being nervous and saying that I was saying this to Mr. Arbery, and then he takes off running. If you're running, he continued running. He takes off running. I think that's what I was talking about there.
So what were you nervous about while giving the statement?
I just killed a man. I had blood on me still. It was the most traumatic event of my life. I was scared to death. I mean, it was the most traumatic event of my life. I don't know anybody who wouldn't be scared or stressed or terrified or anything. I mean, it was horrible.
I'm talking about giving your statement 2 hours later at a police station. You were nervous because you thought you were going to jail, right?
No, I gave him a statement. I mean, if I would have,
Somebody, you don't think you're going to jail, is what you're saying.
I was going through an investigation. I was following an investigation.
So you saw Officer Duggan's body cam, correct? Officer Duggan, the first officer who testified, his body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You were standing right behind Officer Duggan while all that went on, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you've just shot Mr. Arbery 3 times with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
He's dead on the scene, correct?
Correct.
He's unarmed, correct?
He was.
All right. And your father came up to you and grabbed you by the shoulders and went, "You had no choice. You had no choice." Right? You saw that?
Yes.
All right. You're covered in Mr. Arbery's blood. You go down to the police station, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Any idea where that's at?
No.
Let's keep going.
Okay. And at that point, you're in the safety of the police department giving your statement, correct?
Yes.
All right. You've got all the time in the world, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Detective O'Hilly hasn't threatened you,
No,
hasn't forced you to make a statement,
he did not.
and didn't promise you anything in order to get you to make a statement.
We'll look for quick. He did not.
Okay. But you're telling this jury that you're all confused and you can't get the facts straight as you're telling the police about why it was you shot and killed a man.
I was trying with my best ability, but like I said, under the circumstances of going through a traumatic event, this is the most traumatic event that I have ever been through in my life. I don't know how. I've never been through a situation like that. So the reaction, trying to go through and trying to be as factual and tell as detailed as I could, and then looking through the transcript being scattered as it was, I could tell that obviously I failed attempting to try as best I could. This is what you got. I tried, and this is what happened.
So fair to say you never told Detective O'Hilly nor wrote down in your written statement that you told Mr. Arbery the police were on their way.
It seems that I attempted to say it in these words here.
And at that point, Mr. Arbery turns around and runs back down Burford to get away from you, correct?
That's correct.
So at this point in time, he's running away from you. He has not threatened you.
No.
Hasn't pulled out a gun.
No, ma'am.
Hasn't pulled out a knife.
He did not.
Still arms at his sides.
That's correct.
And he's trying to get away from you.
And I was letting him run away. Yes, ma'am.
You were letting him run away.
That's correct.
Wasn't it your intention to go around the block and cut him off and find him over on the other side?
To head him off and to see where he's located. That was my intention. Yes, ma'am.
All right. But you could have stopped right there and not done anything, right?
Yes, but then immediately after is when I saw his interaction with the black truck and realized that there is something to my suspicions here, and I would like to see where he is at when the cops come, which I assume that the police were on the way, that I would be able to tell them where he's at if they haven't located him at that point.
So you're telling this jury that your whole intention was just to go ahead and follow Mr. Arbery, keep an eye on him, and to just tell the cops there he is.
At that point, yes, ma'am.
Now, it's true that your father, while in the truck with you, going down Burford towards that end, was yelling at you, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off, right?
He was talking to me or was telling me, I don't know if he was saying cut him off or not. I know that he was saying, there he is, that's the guy. After that, I am not sure exactly what he said.
At this point, you're still yelling at Mr. Arbery to stop at the end of Burford.
I was not yelling at him on Burford, no, ma'am.
And at the end of Burford, you and your dad both got out of the pickup truck, correct?
When he turned and started running down Burford, when he was away, when he was not a threat, if he wanted to be a threat and he was going past that, yeah, I got out of the truck, yes, ma'am. When he turned and running away is when I got out of the vehicle.
Why in the world would Mr. Arbery be a threat to you?
Because of when I asked him what was going on and recognized that it was the guy that I saw on the 11th and Mr. Albenzi pointing and everything going down and realized that it is him, and then how he reacted when I shined the lights on him on the 11th, he acted like he did not want to be, he was obviously caught sneaking through the front yard. He was obviously where he wasn't supposed to be, where he hasn't been several times, and then he reaches into his pants like he has a gun, and I took that as a threatening gesture and walked in the house. Now it's the same guy on the 23rd that I've just pulled up to that turned out my father was correct. People pointing down the road, same scene that this happened 12 days prior, that yes, there was a possibility that he may be armed with that gesture, but he didn't show me that, and he started running down the road. I was no longer under a threat if there was to be one, so I got out of the vehicle after my father got out of the vehicle to see what was going on and watch him.
So when you first pulled up to him, very first time, you confirmed it was him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You testified under oath to this jury that I'm not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed, right?
That's correct.
And yet you want this jury to believe now that he was a threat to you, okay, and that you perceived him as a threat, yet you continued to chase him down Burford.
I didn't know if he was a threat or not. He never reached in his pockets, and I wanted to see what was happening. I figured I could talk to him at this point, or getting up to him on the second point.
But hadn't at this point he demonstrated not once, not twice, but 3 times he did not want to talk to you?
Which when I'm at the stop, when I stopped the Burford.
Mm-hmm. Right, because you pulled up to him once, he doesn't want to talk to you. You back up, he doesn't want to talk to you. You pull down Burford, your dad's yelling, cut him off, cut him off. And all of a sudden, he runs back, he doesn't want to talk to you. That's 3 times he's demonstrated to you that he does not want to talk to you, correct?
Yes.
He's also demonstrated he's no threat to you. He hasn't pulled out a gun.
That's correct.
He hasn't said one word to you.
He has not.
He's not threatened you in any way, verbally or physically.
No, ma'am.
No knives.
No knives.
All right. He's not swearing at you, using profanity or anything like that, is he?
Didn't talk.
So at this point, you get out of the truck, correct?
That's correct.
And you get out with your shotgun.
No, I got out when my father got out to get in the back, and then my shotgun slipped and was in the floorboard where my feet were all over it. Once I'm out of the vehicle, it was safe to, I'm not going to reach out. I wasn't going to grab it while Mr. Arbery was right there. There was no reason for it. He's run off. I'm on the side of the truck. So at that point, I grabbed the shotgun out of the floorboard and put it back on the seat.
Your dad gets out with his .357 Magnum, correct?
I didn't know if he had it on him or not. I knew he had it, but I didn't see it. He didn't have it in his hand.
So he didn't have it in his hand as he ran about 10 yards down the road after Mr. Arbery.
He didn't run down the road after Mr. Arbery.
So at this point, point, you see Mr. Bryan pull out in his black GMC truck to try and run Mr. Arbery off the road.
No, ma'am. I saw, after I put the shotgun back onto the seat when it was on the floorboard, and then watching Dad or talking to Dad or trying to figure out what's going on, and I looked back down the road. I don't know Mr. Bryan. I didn't know where he lived. I did see him when I had the first encounter with Mr. Arbery. My assumption, I was assuming from what I saw, that he came from Satilla. So the vehicle was at what I thought was the very end of the road. More than likely seeing the video the other day where the tree was closest to Burford. It was towards the end where it was almost on the road. I'm certain that's where I saw the encounter with them. And it didn't look like he was running them off the road. It actually looked like Mr. Arbery, I thought the vehicle was stopped, and looked like Arbery went to the left side and then to the right and then went back to the left. It looked like he was engaging with that vehicle.
So you're all the way down here. I'll do it on this one. All the way down here.
Around there, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they're all the way down here by the time you look at them. Is that what you're saying?
By the time I noticed it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you want this jury to believe that you thought Mr. Arbery was the one engaging in this black vehicle, not that the black vehicle was trying to hit him or run him off the road.
I'm going to object to the form of the question you want this jury to believe. I think that's an improper form of the question. I think you should be asking questions and he can answer, but to insinuate that he has some motive for the jury to believe is improper.
It's cross-examination. Good.
Thank you. So you want this jury to believe that it's Mr. Arbery who's the aggressor with the black truck, not that the black truck's the one trying to run him off the road to help you.
I didn't see the truck trying to run him off the road. What I saw from down there, I saw the vehicle looked to be at a stop, and Mr. Arbery was engaging the vehicle.
And then Mr. Arbery was able to get away from the black vehicle.
He ran past the vehicle.
And your dad wanted to go down there to see what was happening, right?
That's correct.
But you wanted to go around to cut him off.
No, ma'am. I wanted to get around and to see where he was at, not to cut him off. Not the way you're saying cut him off. No, I wanted to see where he was at, to be in that same area to let the police know where he was coming.
I have you take a look at page 24, middle of the page. I'm sorry, back up to page 23, please. Take a look at page 23. So line 16. So he turned and went back down this road. Dad's like, hey, go down there. I said, I'm not going through that. I'm not going back to him. And this is about the time that the black truck that was at the scene, that's when he tried to stop it.
Yes.
All right. So here you're telling the police the black truck at the scene was trying to stop Mr. Arbery.
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay. And that was right here in this corner, just on Burford, probably a house past this intersection. So I turned and went this way.
Correct.
All right. And then he came down, came around, came down Holmes Drive. He was right there. I said, good. We'll have a chance to stop him now. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And then the black truck's right there. I was over here. Hey, stop, stop. Well, he's running up the road and I seen him coming. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you came around Holmes and you were a few houses down when you encountered Mr. Arbery and yelled at him once again, stop, stop. Is that right?
I think I had it wrong on here. Like I said, once I was bouncing back and forth, trying to explain everything that happened, that I misspoke on there. I don't know where I would say to stop, stop. Where was it that I said stop? Came around, came down Holmes Drive. He was right there. I said, good, we probably will have a chance to stop him now. Black truck's right there. I was over here. Hey, stop, stop. Well, he was running down the road. I seen him coming. So yeah, that was at the end of Holmes, around the other side of the dog leg.
All right, well, do you notice how it says, investigating O'Hilly right after that says, which way is he running? And you said, he's coming up this way. And where are you at this time? I came around and turned off this road. I'm not really sure how far I was a few houses down. So you're a few houses down. He's asking you specifically, when did you say, hey, stop, stop? I was a few houses down, correct?
Yeah, on here, that's correct.
Okay. And you also got out of your truck at that time, a few houses down on Holmes Drive, correct?
On here is what I said, but I don't believe that's what happened. I believe I misspoke or had it wrong or had it mixed up to when I stopped at the end of Holmes.
Okay. But you also wrote it down in your written statement. Take a look at your written statement. It's about 2/3 of the way down.
On page
2. So I decided to continue down Burford towards Zellwood, then take on to Holmes to see if he would be there. Is that right? You see that line?
Yes.
Okay. And then it said, then you wrote, I made it halfway down and seen the individual turn and run back the way he came, then turn back toward me when the black GMC Chevy turned onto the road.
That's correct. That was at the end of Satilla.
Well, you said I got
Right.
out of my truck and told him to stop, which he didn't. I got back into my truck and stopped just short of the stop sign on Holmes facing Satilla. So you had actually stopped, got out of your truck, told him to stop, which he didn't, then got back in your truck, then pulled down to Satilla and Holmes.
That, looking back after everything cooled off, where I stopped, and I don't recall if I got out or not. I think I had this mixed with when I finally pulled up. Both times where I said I stopped and got out, I was saying when I stopped and saw Mr. Arbery and the black truck coming at me. We were on Holmes, just short of where the shooting occurred. I probably yelled stop at him, but then once they passed me is when I pulled up a couple more feet and decided to stay where I was at. That's what I was speaking about here.
Isn't it true that at this point in time, when you're a few houses down Holmes, you stop, you get out, you yelled at him, stop, stop. That's when your father yelled at him, stop, or I'll blow your fucking head off?
I don't think so, Emil.
Right, well, you don't think so? I mean, you were standing right there. You heard your father say this, yes?
I don't think I heard him say that, Emil.
But you know that's what he told the police, he said.
In here in court is what I heard. Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, you're coming down Holmes and you see Mr. Arbery coming toward you.
He was in the middle of a turn. He was on the right side of the road, turning left in that apex is when I saw him there. The first time I saw him on Holmes. He was in the middle of a turn, turning back towards Satilla on Holmes.
Is that what the video picks up?
I don't think so, no, ma'am.
So you're saying that you're coming down this way and he's running toward your truck, he's turning around, and he runs back this way. You don't see the black truck at this point?
No, ma'am.
All right. But then all of a sudden he's running back toward you and you see the black truck behind him?
No, when I came around the dog leg, the black truck and Mr. Arbery were together. The black truck obviously just came off of Satilla and were heading towards me on Holmes, towards Elwood.
So you're saying at this point you've made it all the way down here?
He was turning, he was on the right side of the road, turning left. When I saw him, he was in the mid of the turn, and then he turned and was out of sight around that dog leg. And I continued, and then once I got to the dog leg is when I saw him and Mr. Arbery, or the black vehicle, coming my way.
And at that point he's pinned between the two vehicles.
He was.
You get down to the end of here, having passed Mr. Arbery and the black truck.
No, I was at a stop and they passed me. I let Mr. Arbery run by and I let the vehicle pass me. I was stopped in the correct lane and saw them coming. And that was when Mr. Arbery and the black truck, or Mr. Arbery was running alongside the truck, grabbing at the mirror and the door. And then that's when they split, when they were coming into my lane, that's when they split. Mr. Arbery was on the passenger side and the black vehicle turned, went back into his lane and then was following Mr. Arbery as they went around that dog leg.
In order for you to get from here to here with them behind you, you had to have passed Mr. Arbery and the black pickup truck, correct?
That's when they passed me, was back there, was towards Tilla. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, consider a question.
Yeah, let's take a mid-morning recess. We'll take a 15-minute recess and then continue with the evidence in the case. Thank you.
All right for the jury. Please be seated.
All right. Excuse me, sir. You can go ahead and step down. We'll take a 15-minute recess, quarter of. Thank you.
It's a storm coming. Stay in your lane, nigga. Run. Keep running. That's right. Yeah. Keep running. I'm tryna stretch my legs, spread my wings, let a nigga breathe. They try to tell me my world is flat, so I won't leave. They feed us alcohol and drugs and will harass me breathe. Trap you in that backward cycle, you cannot succeed. This is only the surface, believe me, shit get deep. I'm just a poor righteous teacher, quiet please as I I preach. Distract you with material shit, rock you to sleep. Replace your faith with doubt, you too pussy to leave.
That's real. In my mind spinning on this hamster wheel of confusion. No filter, I done took the mask off. Fuck it, I'm only human. People looking like they never been through it. Lies. I can see the doubt in their eyes. I'm at the point, it's no surprise to me. I grew accustomed to a slew of suckers planting sucker seeds. Cross them over like I'm at the rucker. What the fuck you mean? Same movie, just a different lens to enhance the scene. I'm pondering on a plan, I just hope I don't squander it. I can't fail. They don't wanna do nothing but give you hell. I'm one step from the finish line, but I'm running in circles.
One step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles.
You didn't know that they was playing the game. Remove the physical ones. Apply the mental change. They'll be stronger and they'll last longer. Making these niggas this many aroma. As strong as ammonia, light up the marijuana. Now that we brainwashed and we chasing our tails. Till we was born to lose and that we supposed to fail. Look at all our gals, talk about looking at all this ass of mine. Then they screenshot the thirst. My nigga, that's asinine. Back in my prime, I used to move major work. But niggas was shooting at me on blocks that we ain't on. Talking about claim and turn. Niggas wanna do dirt, but never did scope the sentence. Thought that he would never tell to you when you say, and a nigga your co-defendant. Shit get real when that time's evolved. Nigga be facing 30 and ended with 3. Turn me in to get his time dissolved. Man, it feels like I've been running for days. Running for miles, man, running in place. Man, I wish I could be running away and late.
I'm breaking the shackles, I'm taking them bastards. They say it's a highway to heaven, so I'm climbing the ladder. They say money is evil, so I guess I'm shaping the battle. Placed in poverty, it really bothers me, it's making me madder. Well, my castle, just cause I'm rapping, it don't make me a hazard. Making movements just like a Buddhist, but they pushing us backward. Ain't no crickets, we hearing laughter. Never skim through the chapters. If I'm dreaming, just let me capture. Let me sleep until after. That's when I master the things I practice. See a mattress, a casket, you just dreaming, you not believing. Take a crack at the tactics. See, we lacking no satisfaction. These classes we never pass. Don't be clueless, stop all subtractions. We rulers, never been baggage. They say we savages, now they say violence is what we practice. Bite action, don't deal with static. That dumb shit can't let them have it. We riding deep off in traffic. They swear we moving up back. And I'm sick or tired of these beggars harassing my people. It's time to get at them. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles.
Please space and don't hurt them. My circle at the circus of the circles we've been rolling. Picks us up quick, spiraling, get enough just to get by. Can be tiring, right? In a hamster wheel, and it feels like it's real, but an MPEG deal, you get back what you firing. We blow it up, circle dot dot, putting out the strongest energy, gets us back what we desiring. You think it outside the box while I figure how to box out the side of my ops, make them try again. It's all cyclical. If there ever was a man to break out of the circle that we're trapped in, then I am him. Asleep haters, I am tired of him. A teenager took a bullet and my homie, yeah, I bled on him. The same cycle every Harlem hood over. Turn your life for others, warrior, you are a good soldier. Mission complete, then you started it over. Same beef, same street, same jargon, it's over. Great feats, waist deep, we work hard to get over. Take 360 and geometric order. Yes, filling the angles and sing with the angels. My circle was an elitist table. And these are the same dudes with heat that'll bang you. Your circle ain't as strong as we all are. That's right. We're killing the game fools. It's cool in the gang, dude. I've been the hardest Harlem is brought up. Yes. Now PSM came through. I feel that the same two. We circle like a shark in the water. Again. Now PSM came through. I feel that the same two. We circle like a shark in the water. Again. Now PSM came through. I feel that the same two. We circle like a shark in the water. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles.
Big dogs in my section. Ain't another click gon' check us. Respect us, yes sir. We about to take shit up. And up, and up. I got big dogs in my section.
Stuck with big dogs, bitch, we on that big dog shit. All my niggas great names, I'm on my pit bullshit. You better watch it run through the section. You better be happily protected. You better invest in a weapon. We strapped in this bitch like a western. Maybe bonanza, the clip shaped like a banana. Had to pop a nigga dead in this pamper. Bitch, I'm an OG, better weigh your manners. I am the light skin Mike Jack, I'm better. It don't even matter, I'm about to break these niggas down. I'm out of form, about to run up on these motherfucking niggas like a matador. Hit a nigga with the bullet the size of a cantaloupe. If a nigga say that he's sicker than me, I got the antidote. Nigga better act a fucking animal. Nigga better jump on a nigga ass like an antelope. Nigga this arm and hammer, black set the mafia. All they gotta say is somebody coming around, they be popping, I'm popping up. Like a Texas nigga screwing and chopping them. Leave them on the floor, we neating them, mopping up. I don't do the fucking talking and talking, but nigga talking about a cool matata. That mean no worry, nigga, you better worry. These niggas chicken like a bucket from church. My dog call me bitch, I'm there in a hurry. I'ma haul off and hit a nigga on purpose. And I'm swerving, nigga looking nervous, no mercy, heard the roof.
Big dogs in my section. Ain't another click gon' check us. Respect us, yes sir. We about to take shit up. And up, and up. I got big dogs in my section.
I'm 1/5 of an elite group, regardless of the vocal booth. Our talent comes from the most high, it's not a fluke. Music flow through my veins, hip hop is in my roots. We the upper echelon, we glad we not you. Warn yourself if it sound like I'm pissing on you. You should be happy that I'm not shitting on you. Big dog, alpha male, let my nuts hang longer. No leash, no collar, fuck a fence, I leap over. Those lames in the game, let them know they time over. I go for the throat, bite down, lock on ya. My pavo got me a little bipolar. I dig holes, bury bones just to find closure. I don't play dead and I don't roll over. They chained me to a cylinder block, I got stronger. Gave me raw meat, gunpowder for my hunger. To protect mines, I'll die like a soldier. I'm gone.
Big dogs in my section. Ain't another click gon' check us. Respect us, yes sir. We about to take shit up. And up, and up. I got big dogs in my section. Big dogs in the building. Came in the game, raised the bar to the ceiling. Anything gon' change if a broad look appeal. Cause we in it for the bucks, we just want a couple mil. Cause I'm sitting as one of the real. My lyrics is dumb as they get. My niggas, they dumb as a bit. And we will come running your shit. Cause this is that big dog section. We don't give a fuck if you got next up, yes sir. I'm talking about sanctified shit. If we ain't who you ride, you get treated like a side G. This music that is mine, ain't no motherfucking line. And yes, and that's who I grind with. Keep that shit in mind. Keep that bullshit aside and keep your eyes on the prize. In my mind, I keep it focused on the grind. Believe me, I won't tell a lie. Cause when I look up to the sky, we gon' know we kept our section sanctified. I forever ride with my guys. Big dogs in my section. Ain't another click gon' check us. Respect us, yes sir. We about to take shit up. And up, and up. I got big dogs in my section. Big dogs in my section. Ain't another click gon' check us. Respect us, yes sir. We about to take shit up. And up, and up. I got big dogs in my section, all your friends about me. What are you? I'm a black man. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. Yeah, yeah. You hear me? Black man. Yeah, I'm a black man. When I do wrong, yeah, that's just a black man. Even when I'm doing right, I'm still a black man. Yeah, you know that you can shoot him, that's a black man. Black man. I'm a black man. No matter what I'm wearing, I'm a black man. For my life, they ain't caring, I'm a black man. Black man, yeah, I'm a black man. Because they know it's not right and it's some straight bull, man. The way you gotta live out here as a black man. Whatever's on your mind, no, you can't say that, man. They'll ask you a question, then say they wasn't talking to you. Cause the answer that you gave, they wasn't feeling the truth. How they feel about your opinion is how they feel about you. And you know Rodney the King know about that black and the blue. Cause if they catch you slipping, they gon' try to beat the black out of you. They already know how they do. We already know that it's true. You try to give up and they shoot. It's like they robbed the bank because you know they get away too. They part of that getaway crew. Yeah, they'll take one down cause they gotta keep that thing smooth. Cause I'm a black man. Yeah, I'm a black man. When I do wrong, yeah, that's just a black man. Even when I'm doing right, I'm still a black man. Yeah, you know that you can shoot him, that's a black man. Black man, I'm a black man. No matter what I'm wearing, I'm a black man. For my life, they ain't caring, I'm a black man. Black man, yeah, I'm a black man. You can't walk while black, you can't talk while black. It ain't nothing that you can really do while black. With your family leave, you can't barbecue while black. Now you can't run while black, can't sit in your house while black. You wanna play your music, can't play it loud while black. Don't be selling no black and miles and cigarettes while black. You wanna cut your grass, no you can't do that while black. Violate anything on this list and you will be attacked. If you a black man, it can happen just like that. You already know you can't give up, you can get shot like that. Or they'll give you one of them old school Rodney the King. That's why we near like King. We ain't got no choice but to dream when you a black man. Yeah, I'm a black man. When I do wrong, yeah, that's just a black man. Even when I'm doing right, I'm still a black man. Yeah, you know that you can shoot him, that's a black man. Black man, I'm a black man. No matter what I'm wearing, I'm a black man. For my life, they ain't caring, I'm a black man. Black man, yeah, I'm a black man. I'm a black man. That's how it is out here for us. America, land of the free, they say. I don't believe it.
So special.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We done, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Angels steady crying cause they see my people murdered. Crackers trying tactics that way's always unheard of. Big dogs and lock chains, man, they used to burn us. And the shit was so crazy that they used to hunt us. Now my people getting murdered in the streets for running. I'm tired of the racing niggas like we nothing. Promise they won't be too happy once a nigga start busting. But that's what they wanna see, a black man caged up in jails and penitentiaries. I swear the system meant to fuck us. Ran by some white man sporting them Benjamin buttons, followed by that white militia that's known to do some handcuffing. Like the Greek freak in Milwaukee, I'm finna start bucking. Thinking that they can control us, they finna start something. 400 years of oppression, now we had enough. Can't you feel the pressure of my people that's finna erupt? Try to be a friendly foe, now we finna power up.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We done, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
I'm not doing a bad thing. I'm actually was telling the truth. I just got nervous. That's why I was acting stupid at one point. You just gotta believe me. Because I'm actually telling the truth. I'm not trying to lie. I just got nervous.
See, I'm a mother, a sister, a cousin, a friend. How you screaming all lives matter with privileged skin? And if we matter, why we can't just jog for fun? Without these stupid motherfuckers chasing us with guns. And why we can't sleep peaceful in our homes at night? You bust in, we bust back, and we lose a life. Lose our right, can't even protect our home. I'm screaming, arrest them bitches till they dead or gone. See, I don't know the pain the mama's feeling, but every day I pray for your mental healing. Cause it'll be hell if we started killing. But two wrongs don't make a right. I tell my son all officers not bad and every racist isn't white. So see the truth and know how to move. Cause they gon' do what they do, regardless of how perfect that record view. And no reaction is the safest when they provoking you. Like damn, could you take a jog in our shoes? Could you afford to lose?
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Yeah. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Welcome to the last days. Shit is spooky. I'd rather riot, fuck marching. That shit is goofy. All these crackers, my enemies. I'm unruly. Footage of me killing cops. I'm making movies. My halo crack, my wings are broken. I'm going out like a soldier with my barrel smoking. Revelations in my clip, nigga. I'm not joking. Get biblical in this bitch. I'm holy ghosting. Every nigga that was lynched is a cop. I'm yoking. Eye for eye. You witnessing slaves revoking. Too late to wave white flag. Shit is in motion. When I hit officer down, I'm champagne toasting. Blame America for making me nigga with no emotions. You are the father, ask Maury Povich. I never seen a man cry till I seen a man die. I'm a southern boy, of course pigs are fried.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Look into my eyes, tell me what you see. It's a cold, cold world, ain't nobody left but me and a few more others. Brothers of the struggle, and we strive to rise from the rubble. Faced with the opposition, mission on deck. Organize and unify, so we ride, nigga bet. We gon' size up the threat, slide on they set. Lords don't disciple some old vets. G's to the B's, I be choose to manifest on some grown folk shit. Nigga said with your chest, leaning to the extreme where the scene's nothing less. Homie bouncing on the beam, on the scene in the vest. Strapped up, shouting with a 40 in extension. Blowing on some mid in the middle of the tension. All that attention when the OG speak. For Ahmaud, Arbery, niggas rolling so deep. Hey,
another body slain in
if I
the
was
street,
you and you was me,
we've been needing change,
who would you be?
Peace. We dying, we can't take it no
because we are one and the same.
Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Personally against Mr. Sharpton. My concern is that it's one thing for the family to be present, it's another thing to ask for the lawyers to be present, but if we're going to start a precedent starting yesterday, we're going to bring high-profile members of the African American community into the courtroom to sit with the family during the trial in the presence of the jury. I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to pressure, could be consciously or unconsciously, an attempt to pressure or influence the jury. To my knowledge, Reverend Al Sharpton has no church in Glenn County. But we have all kinds of people. We have school board members. We have county commissioners. We have all kinds of pastors in this town, over 100. There's only so many pastors they can have. And if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine, but then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here. Or other, Jesse Jackson, whoever was in here earlier this week.
Everything that come out my motherfucking mouth is hard, nigga.
Kevin, this is nice.
Sharpton managed to find his way into back. Al Sharpton. I have nothing personally against Al Sharpton. My concern is Al Sharpton. One thing for the family to be present, another thing to ask for Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson. Sharpton managed to find his way into back. Al Sharpton. I have nothing personally against Al Sharpton. My concern is Al Sharpton. One thing for the family to be present, another thing to ask for Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson. We're going to bring high-profile members into the courtroom. I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to influence the jury. Reverend Al Sharpton influenced the jury. Jesse Jackson influenced the jury. The African American's family understand my concern about bringing people in. Don't have any politics with the victim's family. Understand there's only so many pastors they can have. We don't want any more black pastors. We have county commissioners. We have all kinds of pastors. Trying to influence the jury. Over 100. The idea that we're going to be pastors, obviously Al Sharpton right now, that's fine. That's it. We don't want any more black pastors. Jesse Jackson, black pastors. Pastor Sharpton managed to find his way into back. Al Sharpton. I have nothing personally against Al Sharpton. My concern is Al Sharpton. One thing for the family to be present, another thing to ask for Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson. Sharpton managed to find his way into back. Al Sharpton. I have nothing personally against Al Sharpton. My concern is Al Sharpton. One thing for the family to be present, another thing to ask for Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson.
Everything that come out my motherfucking mouth is hard, nigga.
No, I just say that he's running back to that truck. I did not say that, that he was attacking that vehicle in this thing.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to when you're parked at Homes in Satilla.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so at that point, during what we see here with Mr. Bryan going up and turning around, Mr. Arbery had actually run to your white truck.
Yes, he has ran to my white truck once already at this point.
All right, and you ran forward toward him, correct?
When he turned and ran back, I went to follow him and decided that that's the last thing I needed to do, and I came back. And he ran around the corner, and I lost sight of him. Yes, ma'am.
At that point that he ran to your truck and then ran away from your truck, had his hands out at his side.
He did. Well, running.
He was running.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't run to your truck and pull out a weapon.
He ran to the truck, but was directing to the truck, but didn't pull out anything. No, ma'am.
Okay. And so he runs up. How close did he get to the truck the very first time?
Probably from me to you at the furthest, I would say. It was close. Yes, ma'am.
And you got out of your truck.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You got out with the shotgun that time.
I did not.
So you got out of your truck and you yelled at him. Stop.
As he's getting close to me, yes, I was yelling at him at that point to stop. Yes, ma'am.
He turned around to run back.
He did.
Didn't threaten you in any way?
No.
Didn't verbally threaten you?
Not
like
verbally.
Yell at you?
Not verbally, no.
Didn't swear at you?
Didn't swear.
Didn't say anything?
Did not.
Didn't pull out a gun?
He did not pull out a gun.
Turned around and ran away.
Once he got from me to you, directed to me, once I reached into my truck is when he turned and ran away. Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, you're reaching into your truck and he sees you do this.
Yes.
He turns and runs away.
He did. Yes, ma'am.
So now we see him running back. And you said he ran up around the dog leg, right?
He did. Correct.
And at that point, we see him running back down the dog leg. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he got back to that blue mailbox and then had to turn around and headed back towards you.
I believe he was past the blue mailbox.
So he got past the blue mailbox.
Yeah, he was completely out of sight.
Right. But now in the video, we can see that he's turned around and is heading back toward you.
That's correct.
And at this point, he's pinned between the two pickup trucks.
He is between two pickup trucks. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to freeze frame it right here. You've raised your shotgun at him at this point.
At that point, I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he's 30 to 40 yards away from you.
That's what I was put on the. That's what I said in the statement and wrote, I believe. Thinking back on it now, I think it was 30 to 40 feet. It was closer to 30, 40 yards. It was 30, 40 yards, 120 feet. He was not that far away from me.
All right. And at this point right here, hasn't said anything to you.
No, he has not said anything yet. No, ma'am.
Hasn't verbally threatened you.
Verbally, no.
Still running with his hands at his sides.
Directly towards me, yes, ma'am.
Hasn't pulled out a gun.
Hasn't seen a weapon yet, no, ma'am.
And hasn't shown you a weapon this entire time.
He has not.
Hasn't said a word the entire time.
Not one time.
All he's done is run away from you.
Run past me, yes, ma'am.
And you pulled out a shotgun and pointed it at him.
Running directly towards me, and this is now the second time on the road coming directly, and then watching how he interacted with the pickup truck in that general location when I pulled up first time, attacking the truck, and then seeing him interact with the vehicle on Burford, saying that the police are coming, him turning and running, on top of seeing Mr. Albenzi pointing, and the whole February 11th episode. I was under the impression, and I was, at this point, this guy can be a threat, and he is coming directly to me. Yes, I pointed the shotgun at him to deter him from coming directly to me, which was effective at that point there.
So you're under the impression, is that right? You're under the impression, because of all those things that you just mentioned, that what? That he could be a threat to you?
Yes.
Now, let's take a look at State's Exhibit. $129. All right. Your father is in the pickup truck, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he has his .357 Magnum, correct?
He has it, yes.
All right. And this is when you finally have given him the phone and said, call 911.
Seconds before this is when I dialed 911 after I realized that I was misunderstood, that he has not called 911 or had not called 911, and realized the error and called, and then gave my dad the phone once I saw Mr. Arbery coming back at me this third time. Gave it to him, once he was coming around that dogleg. Yes, ma'am.
And your father had 30 years of law enforcement, is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. So, and he knows how to take care of himself, doesn't he?
He knows how.
Huh. I know. And he's got a handgun with him, right?
Yes.
And he's on higher ground, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah, I would say higher ground. I'd say vulnerable.
And you never once, anywhere in your police statement, said you were ever worried about your father or him being attacked at all. Never said that once in any of your statements.
In the statements, I guess not. No, ma'am.
So at this point, you and your dad are both yelling at Mr. Arbery to stop.
I am yelling. I'm sure my dad is, but I was not paying attention to what my father was saying.
All right. So at this point in time, you are right next to your pickup truck in the doorway, right?
I'm right in the crux of it. Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. And Mr. Arbery is moving this way, and then he's moving that way, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have now moved yourself out of that crux of the doorway into the roadway. Is that right?
Yes, because when I drew down on him, and then because he was coming directly toward me, focused in on me, and I drew down on him, he immediately broke his direction and went to the right. When he went to the right, I came to the left to gain distance. I was thinking that what I would do, or anybody else, would go across the yard, would run across the yard. Well, as I was going across, I saw that he turned and started directing towards me on the road again, and then turned a third time and then went back to the side of the vehicle. So I was trying to gain distance.
Gain distance. So you're expecting that he should take action to get away from you because you're pointing a shotgun at him.
I was not wanting him to come to charge me, to attack me, which I was assuming was happening. Yes, that's exactly what I was doing.
So him running down this road, being pursued by Mr. Bryan's truck, is him attacking you.
The last time that I saw Mr. Bryan's truck was when I was at a stop just before where I'm at now, and he was was all over that truck. And they left, and I never saw that truck turn around, and then Mr. Arbery is coming back to me, yelling at him, stop, directing to me. He wasn't going to the left. He wasn't going to the right. He was coming straight to me that first time. I was thinking, all right, he's going to try to get in this truck, or he's going to try to attack me or my dad or who knows what. He was acting weird. He was acting funny when I was trying to talk to him prior. So I'm on alert. He turns, runs off, comes back. I'm sure I saw Mr. Bryan's truck in this instance, but I was focused on what I perceived as a threat. So I only remember the question now.
Well, I think the question is, you didn't know what he was doing except continuing to run away from Mr. Bryan's truck.
No, he was coming towards me.
All right, but you just said, who knows what? You didn't know what this guy was going to do, right?
I did not.
And all he had done so far is run away from you, right?
He has ran past me and ran away, and I let him run away, yes. Yes.
But at this time, you're not letting him run away. You're pointing a shotgun at him, correct?
I am not letting him run to me, directly to me.
And he doesn't. He runs around there, right?
He did.
And comes around that corner, and you have closed the distance yourself on him, haven't you?
I have gone to the front of my truck. I did not go to the passenger side of my truck at that time. I was trying to keep an eye on him to make sure that he didn't try to get in my truck or try to get to my dad or who knows, go into the passenger side or what. I was trying to keep an eye on him, and I would think that he's avoided me once I aimed the shotgun. If he sees me at the front of the truck, then he will not come back around, which I was thinking was more likely was going to happen, and then he would continue to go.
So at this point in time, you could have stepped closer to your pickup truck and kept that pickup truck between you and him, correct?
Can you say that again?
Sure thing. You have moved out in the road. You've aimed this shotgun at Mr. Arbery.
I did.
Mr. Arbery goes to the passenger side of the truck.
Yes.
Okay. Your dad is still yelling at him because we can hear him go, "Stop, goddammit, stop!" Right?
Yes.
You could have easily just stepped back to your pickup truck and watched him keep going, right?
I could have, yes, but I still didn't know what he could have done right there where I couldn't see him. And to get closer to the pickup, to get closer to Dad, to get to the truck, if he's going to try to come to the truck, I will be right there. So I was thinking that he was a threat, that he might go after myself, my father, or the truck. I wanted to be right there to deter him or to be able to handle it if I needed to.
So you also could have stepped around the back of the truck and followed him in the path that way. Is that right?
Yes, but then he would have an open, unrestricted run around the truck and into my open door into my pickup truck and could have took the truck.
So you're telling this jury that a man who has spent 5 minutes running away from you, you're now thinking is somehow going to want to continue to engage with you, someone with a shotgun, and your father, a man who's just said, "Stop or I'll blow your fucking head off," by trying to get in their truck?
That's what it shows, yes, ma'am.
He comes around the front of the truck, and you are right there with that shotgun, correct?
I was coming around, and then as soon as I was at the front corner panel, he turned, and yes, we were on each other.
That's your head right here.
That is my head.
All right. You heard the medical examiner testify that Mr. Arbery's hand was between him and the shotgun, and he was shot here into his torso, correct?
That's the theory, yes, ma'am.
That was the medical examiner giving his opinion, correct?
His opinion, I'm sorry, correct.
Okay. And you saw the digital evidence that backed that up with the arterial spurt from his arm before the first 2 shots, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified yesterday that Mr. Arbery grabbed your shotgun.
That's correct.
All right. Do you remember Detective Nohilly specifically asking you if he grabbed your shotgun?
I do.
All right. And you then said, you want to take a look at it?
Page 30. Which page 30?
I'll find it for you. Page 44. So do you remember describing the first interaction that you had with him? When he came around the corner?
Reading it, yes, ma'am.
All right. So you told Detective Nohilly that he came up, meaning Mr. Arbery, and that I think that's when he hit me or started striking. He was on me. He had my shirt, or something to that point. I had the gun. I was too close to draw down on him. I did like that, and he's still fighting, and I was just like, and at that time, you're showing Detective Nohilly that you had the gun like this, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And Detective Nohilly specifically asked you, do you remember if he grabbed the shotgun at all? And your response was, I want to say he did, but honestly, I cannot remember. I mean, me and him were face to face the entire time. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, and I was trying to think of that exact moment. Trying to give him, trying to give him as much detail as possible under the stress and of all this going on. It was obvious that he had the gun from what I was saying in here, and if we read it, that he had the weapon the way that I was describing it. But why I said he did not have the gun at that second, I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, that's what I said. I want to say he did, but I honestly cannot remember.
So you didn't shoot him because he grabbed the barrel of your shotgun. You shot him because he came around that corner, and you were right there, and you just pulled that trigger immediately.
No, I was struck, and we were face to face and being struck, and that's when I shot. So he came up, I think it was when we were hit, he started striking, he was on me, he had a shirt or, something to that point, and I had the gun. And I was too close to draw on him.
So you're saying that all of that took place. He's got your shirt, he's striking you, you've got the gun up in this thing, and you can't draw down on him, and it's a struggle, and he's on you, and you're going back and forth in front of the truck. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what happened?
That's on the video, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was shot right here in the torso, and it all came up, all the pellets right back here. Okay? So your gun was parallel to the ground. Yes?
Yeah, if you grab a shotgun and snatch it away, it would straighten the shotgun out. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so which one was it? Was it like this, or was it like this?
It was obviously like that in the video. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It happened so fast, and trying to recall and everything, I've obviously missed every minute detail.
All right, so let's talk about some of the things that you chose not to do with this matter, okay? You could have made sure that you and your dad called the police from your house at 230 Satilla Drive before you ever got in that pickup truck, correct?
I could have, but I was under the impression that he has called the police when we left there.
And you could have just continued to drive behind Mr. Arbery and not even speak to him or confront him at all. Isn't that true?
I could have, yes.
Mm-hmm. And you could have just let him run away when he took off in front of Mr. Bryan's house. From the Night Owl video we saw, you could have just gone, okay, he's running. We'll just, let him go, or just drive behind him really slowly, right?
Could have and did after I realized that he was not going to talk to me and turn around and ran away.
And you could have stayed in your truck over on Holmes Drive, right?
Could have, yes.
And you could have stayed in your truck until he ran by and then driven away to go ahead and follow him, right?
I could have, yes.
Not once. During your statement to the police, did you say that you and your father were trying to arrest Mr. Arbery, did you?
In the statement?
Yeah, to the police.
No.
All right. You never told the police that you said to Mr. Arbery, you're under arrest, correct?
I did not.
Okay. In fact, you never did tell Mr. Arbery, you're under arrest for the crime of fill in the blank.
I didn't have time. I was still trying to get him to stop.
Let's talk a bit about your attitudes towards sort of vigilantism, okay? You've posted several times on Facebook some things, and we talked about one of them in response to Kim Ballesteros, where it's like, you're playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood. Do you remember posting that?
Yes.
All right. And in response to another post about crime on the website, you responded, arm up, correct?
Was that the Ballesteros one?
July 1st, 2019, a post by Lindy Kofer. Your first response was arm up. Do you remember that? Would you like to see it?
Yes, please. I would.
Oh, I think the attorneys want to see it first.
Probably so. Thank you.
Is that a fresh recollection that you said to arm up?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
In addition, back in January of 2019, do you recall having a Facebook conversation with a Lacey Allison Cox?
I do.
All right. And at that point, do you remember telling her about how she felt that you need to make examples out of somebody if they steal stuff? And you said, that's right, hope y'all catch the vermin.
That's correct.
All right. In addition, she was kind of worried about her father because she said, we've had a lot of trouble with.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
guess this is a post connected with the witness. It's not in
I'll
court.
ask a better question.
Thank you.
Do you remember
I'm not
Oh,
sure
sorry.
what the context was, so to the extent it may have been hearsay, it's sustained.
Okay.
Okay, I will rephrase. Do you remember telling her that your old man is the same as her old man, which is slap crazy, old as dirt, and doesn't care about going to jail? Do you remember that?
I don't think I wrote that.
Okay. It's on the top of the second page. Take a look at that, see if that refreshes your recollection.
Top of the second.
Mhm. Does that refresh your recollection about what you agreed with Ms. Cox about?
Yes, I agree to respond to it. Yes, ma'am.
All right. She said, we've had a lot of trouble with thieves. It just worries me because my daddy is slap old crazy, LOL. He's old as dirt and doesn't care about jail. And you responded, that's what this world needs more of. My old man is the same way.
I did say that. Yes, ma'am.
And then the next line is, you said, hell, I'm getting that way.
I did say that.
She said, have to make an example out of somebody. You said, that's right. Hope y'all catch the vermin, correct?
I did.
So your attorney has repeatedly stated a recurring theme here for you, that when seconds count, the police are minutes away. Have you heard him say that numerous times?
I've heard him say it. Yes.
Okay. Is that your statement?
It's not.
Then why is your attorney saying that?
I guess that's what he believes.
Okay. That's not what you believe.
I can agree with that, but I don't think I've said that.
I'll go ahead and pass the defendant back.
Briefly. You've been cross-examined a bit about why you were making certain decisions to approach or not Mr. Arbery.
Yes.
Or what you thought about when he was approaching you.
That's correct.
And you've been shown your transcript, the statement that you had with Officer Nohilly. Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Take a look at page 7, line 1.
7 line 1.
Can you recall what you said to Officer Nohilly there?
Objection. Inappropriate question. This is not a prior consistent or prior inconsistent statement at this time.
It's a rehabilitation of the witness after he's been cross-examined about his intent and why he made the decisions this day. This is a prior statement by him that is consistent with his testimony and to rehabilitate him after cross-examination. He's been questioned extensively, Your Honor, about what he said.
You're rehabilitating him on what you're claiming to be that statement.
What do you say, page 7, line 1?
1 to just line 1, or
Well, so we can make sure I limit.
for the full statement before the officer.
The first full sentence there.
Okay. Let's see.
You know, read it out loud, or if he remembers the statement.
Yeah.
How are we doing this?
You haven't just read it, what he said to the officer.
Well, objection at that point.
Okay.
Improper.
Do you recall what you said to the officer?
I do.
Don't read it. What did you say to the officer?
I told, it was, to close it down, that,
What date were you speaking about when you were talking to the officer?
I was speaking of February 11th when I saw him, the first time that I encountered him.
And did you tell the officer, or give the officer an impression of what you thought about Mr. Arbery at that time?
Yes, I said that when I stepped out that he was not there, he wasn't clearly there, and he reached into his pocket.
What did you mean by clearly not that Mr. Arbery clearly was not there?
The way that he was interacting with me, the way that he was reacting to just being caught creeping or lurking in the shadows, to reach into a pocket and then just stay, I would say, bold, or having a brazen moment where you do that and then just go into the house, continue to do what you were doing. It was not, it was off. It just wasn't, it was.
And did you share this with Officer Nohilly a couple hours after?
Yeah, I did.
Incident?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. If you'll go to page 9, line 3. Before you do that, at any point in time, did you try to describe Mr. Arbery's behavior as you were interpreting it on Burford Road? To Officer Nohilly?
I did, yes.
Okay. And do you recall how you described his behavior?
Yes.
Okay. How did you describe it?
Funny, acting funny, clearly not there.
Okay, let me stop you. What do you mean by acting? What did you mean by acting funny?
The way that his facial expressions when I first pulled up, the anger, and then not speaking, not talking at all. It wasn't like ignoring me or trying to ignore me. It was just the way that he was expressing himself. He just wasn't talking. He was in an anger state. And
what was your interpretation of that?
That he could be relevance.
Goes to his conduct.
Speculation and not relevant as to his interpretation.
I think it is relevant. It's not speculating, it's just his interpretation.
It's just a.
Did you ever indicate to Officer Nohilly that you felt something was just not right with Mr. Arbery?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall ever indicating to Officer Nohilly that you were just wanting to watch him and hope that he would continue to run past you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You were
We got a little lag going on. It actually happened on their website. This is not me. This is their website. In the meantime, I'm trying to find a different.
Sort of smooth over some of the bumps that were created during his cross-examination. It's an interesting concept, right? The jury is hearing lots of back and forth. They're hearing lots of facts. They're hearing cross-examination. So Mr. Sheffield, the defense lawyer, must have thought there was some damage done to his client. That's the notion of rehabilitation, Aaron.
So I understand that, but to use the word in court in front of a jury, I think, to me, it when I hear that word rehabilitate, I immediately think some damage must have been done. As a defense attorney, would you normally have some concern that the
Yep, it looks like it's happening on everybody who's on every station that's streaming this live. See that? See that? And the reason why they talking on the other one because it went down. So I don't know what's going on, my good people. We'll sit tight and try to figure this shit out. I'm gonna give y'all a little music until I see one of them come back up, I guess.
Drum dummy, drum dummy, drum dummy.
All of my thugs in the ghetto. Can you hear what I'm saying? All of my
learn about whether crime had been committed in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at all try to pay attention to the type of crime so that you could try to make decisions about how you might need to protect yourself from crime?
This witness has testified that she did not know any of the defendants, so we would object her testimony as irrelevant at this point.
Being offered as a resident neighborhood where she's learning through Facebook about things that are ongoing and how it's impacted her.
She's testifying what her opinions were of Facebook. She doesn't know the defendants, doesn't know anything about what social media they would have been engaged in. So we're not just talking about what her knowledge of crime in the neighborhood may have been. It's sustained.
Did you post on Facebook after reading things from people about crime?
I think once or twice I did.
Why did you do that?
I don't know if there's a reason why anybody posts on Facebook. I don't know.
Did you ever be?
Judge, I would renew my objection to this line of questioning as irrelevant, Judge.
You take it further.
Yeah. Do you recall making statements about trying to help catch the people who were committing crimes in the neighborhood by hiding in a car and surprising them?
There was one time there was a remark, something on Facebook about the activity that someone was reporting of what took place in the neighborhood. And I think I said on Facebook one time something about it, they had said people were breaking into vehicles. What I read was they said that.
Right.
And then I said something to the effect of, wouldn't it be funny if someone hid in a car and surprised them?
Right. Did you share posts on Facebook yourself about crime happening in the neighborhood as a way to be a good neighbor?
Yes.
Okay.
Not my own experience,
Not your own,
but shared someone else's.
Fair enough. And did you post on this account to help neighbors understand about some of the crime that was going on, not just in the area, but also in Satilla Shores?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Did you post on the Satilla Shores Facebook page to also notify other neighbors about crime that had been happening in Satilla Shores?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep her on direct.
Did you become aware of some squatters or individuals living under the bridge near Satilla Shores?
Yes, one.
One. Did you make some comments about that on Facebook as well, or discuss that with neighbors?
I think on Facebook I made a remark when someone said something about people they didn't recognize being in the neighborhood and things coming up missing, that I had made a remark it could have been someone, I knew someone was living under the bridge, because as I went by boat, I saw trash and I saw a person there under the bridge living there. And I thought it was possible someone had come off the highway and come into our neighborhood since it's a county road.
And do you own a firearm?
I do.
Do you have a carry permit?
No, mine's expired since COVID.
Ah, okay. All right. One moment now.
I'm sorry. I thought you passed the, you know, I thought you passed the.
Ms. Coker, just give me one moment. That's all I have. Thank you. They may have a question for you.
Hi, Ms. Coker.
Hello.
My name is Larissa Olivia. I'm one of the prosecutors on the case, okay? I just have a couple questions for you. Were you personally the victim of any crime?
Not in over 30 years.
In over 30 years, and you were living in Satilla Shores for how long?
Since 1976.
Okay, so since then, you're not personally a victim of any crime, right?
Well, since 1976, I was, but it's been more than 30 years ago that I was a victim of any crime.
Okay. Do you believe that someone stealing is deserving of death penalty, Mr. Coker?
Irrelevance, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge.
No, you've got a motion to make at this point.
I mean,
Finish the examination. We're done.
That's all I have for Ms. Cook. Thank you.
Maybe you can go ahead and sit down. I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead.
No, thank you.
You can go ahead and sit down. Thank you, ma'am. You can go ahead and step down. Is she subject to recall?
She is not subject to recall.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're to get breaking point for lunch. We will, let's recess for an hour. We'll plan to get back to the evidence at 12:45. Again, during the recess, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in an hour. Thank you.
All right, for the jury. Please be seated.
Your Honor, I have a motion. Thank you. I would ask the court on behalf of Greg McMichael that the jury be brought back in after lunch, that in front of the jury, Ms. Olivier be admonished for asking a question that she knew or certainly ought to have known was impermissible, as was clear by the fact that she made no attempt to defend it. And number two, that the jury be instructed to disregard that question and whatever feelings it might have made them have. And I will state for the record, because we don't have daily reports coming out, that the question was, do you believe that someone stealing is deserving of the death penalty? It's inappropriate, it's incendiary, it's prejudicial, it's improper, and we ask that she be sanctioned in front of the jury for having done that in any case, but in such a serious case.
We join you.
Your Honor, I'd join in that motion, and if I can have the lunch recess to confer with counsel without waiving the issue, I don't understand why we're not moving why there wasn't a motion for a mistrial. I don't know how you cure that, but given all the time that we've put into this trial, I'm talking about everybody in the judicial system, before making that motion, if the court will allow me, I'd like to have the lunch break to confer. Maybe there's something I'm missing here, that's not the appropriate thing to ask for. But if I have to do it now or lose it, then I'm going to move for a mistrial.
How about this? You've reserved it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Everyone stay before we recess.
Just note for the record that juror 12 paid attention fully, was totally engaged, and absolutely no issues with juror 12 during this period.
Watching juror 12, and that accurately reflects the court's observations of juror number 12 also during the
Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing you.
that accurately reflects the court's observations of juror number 12 during the second half of the morning's proceedings. All right, we are in recess for an hour. I will take the matter under advisement. At some point, I would like to hear from the state on that question. Maybe we'll do it when we come back after lunch.
Your Honor, without pushing the court, I would ask that if the court wishes to hear from the state, from the prosecutor who made that remark, that she be asked to respond to it now, just as we needed to provide this request at the moment that it happened, contemporaneous with the error.
Fair enough. Anything from the state?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Why do you ask that question? The question, what do you believe someone who steals is subject to the death penalty?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it was an appropriate question for Ms. Cofer, given that I had her on cross-examination. I thought it was an appropriate question.
Matters under advisement. We are in recess.
Boy, they trying hard for a mistrial, ain't it? I like that pit bull in the skirt. I think I'm finna ride up there to the damn courthouse. Give her a goddamn high five. Excuse me. Hold on 1 second. They know why the fuck she asked that goddamn question. Person goddamn steal, even if he did steal something. You think that man deserved to die? No. A man that kills another man for no apparent fucking reason deserve to die. Yeah, I think they should die, and they should burn in hell. Yeah, let's take it back there.
Trump dummy. Mook got the keys, jumping.
Tell me what you worry for, 'cause you don't have to cry no more, no more, no more. You don't have to cry no more. Tell me what you're looking for, 'cause you don't gotta look no more, no more. You don't gotta cry no more, you don't gotta look no more. Let me take a second for the women. This song is overdue. I hope you listen till I'm finished. You was just since the beginning. You was racing, now chilling. So I gotta give you credit if nobody else give it. I know you think we all villain. That's a stereotype. But what we gotta deal with, it ain't even much right. Y'all gon' live in my sight. I don't do this for the like. Shit, I do it 'cause it's right. To keep it real, this something like. So I'ma tell you this tonight. For the men across America, I'ma say it for them. Baby girl, we cherish you. And ain't no letting up. For you, I'm a competitor. You never been a record. Tell the truth, that's why they scared of us. Tell me what you worry for, 'cause you don't have to cry no more, no more, no more. You don't have to cry no more. Tell me what you're looking for, 'cause you don't gotta look no more, no more. You don't gotta cry no more, you don't gotta look no more. I gotta stand up for the real men. I'm talking real men. They know who you really is. This world that we living in, they don't wanna fill us in. They try to kill the black and get mad when we attack them and put us on the back end. Be like, look how they acting. They don't see the queens that we have to look at. I'm trying to start a new chapter. Ain't no more fucking the master. I don't want my kid growing up to be a fucking bastard. They rather see us going backwards, 'cause they know what we have. They don't wanna see our black queens living in a castle, 'cause I just want the best, and that's really what matters for the queens, and I'm ready for a battle. I ain't never been a coward. Tell me what you worry for, 'cause you don't have to cry no more, no more, no more. You don't have to cry no more. Tell me what you're looking for, 'cause you don't gotta look no more, no more. You don't gotta cry no more, you don't gotta look no more. This is for all my black queens across America. You ain't gotta cry no more. You ain't even gotta look no more. We here for y'all. And I'm speaking for every black king all over the world. Stand up, my nigga. As a man, you have a lot of responsibilities in life, man. No matter what it is, any obstacle, any mountain, any hill, any bump in the road, you don't let nothing stop you, man. No matter what it takes, man. Anything easy in life, you will never respect. A test is just a setup for a testimony. You can't call yourself a man if you're ready to quit. Trust me, I know. I've been there. Talk to him, nigga. I know all about the struggle, homie. 'Cause I did it. And I went through it. I never gave up, no matter what. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done, done, done. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. You would never make me run, run, run. Never wanna give it up, no matter what, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done, done, done. You would never make me run, run, run. No matter what, no matter what. I'm sick of these fuckers, they taking the law in their hand. Trying to get me a chopper cause nobody following the fucking laws of the land. How do they call you a man? You really a bitch, you be calling your friend. And when we go jogging, you calling it in. You not a man, you really a trend. I had enough of a man. These trumpets I blow don't belong in a band. I'ma give him the smoke, I'ma blow up his head. I'ma empty the clip, make sure that he dead. My pencil mechanical stacked with the lead. I'm a radical when I done ran out of med. Will detach your neck from your head. My bandana red, my bandana red. Let's go! Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done, done, done. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. You would never make me run, run, run. Never wanna give it up, no matter what, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done, done, done. You would never make me run, run, run. No matter what, no matter what. I feel like just taking a jog, running a couple of blocks. Put on my bandana, grab me a tee. Put on my shoes and my socks. When I work out, I just like to go hard. I should be sick cause my name is Ahmaud. I never bother nobody, they won't bother me. That's just the way of the law. Now who would've thought I would pay such a cost? The neighbors, they just started making these calls. They telling the peoples I'm breaking in home. I pray to God that I just make it home. I came by myself so I'm running alone. Somebody is calling me, what do they want? I'm looking behind me, I'm seeing a truck. In the back of the truck is a man with a gun. So I do what I do and continue to run. They pull up beside me, they cutting me off. The man in the back, he begin to jump off. I protected myself before he could let off. But he pulled the trigger and that's when I would fall. 2 shots in my body, I knew I was gone. They could have left me alone. I wish I was home. I'm on my way to the throne. What up, Ahmaud? I'm running with you. No matter what. Let's go, let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done, done, done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You would never make me run, run, run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done, done, done. You would never make me run, run, run. No matter what, no matter what. The racists, they thought they was getting away. No sir, no way. Y'all gotta pay. Ain't no play. Put some respect on his name. Hey, we callin' for change. Gotta get rid of that DA. She evil like a goddamn slave. We gotta get her gone. Made the bitch leave this stage. Now Ryder tried to plead this case. Got him locked up, had to leave his place. Should've seen his face. He's scared, so he gon' turn state. Now he running from the KKK. Now I heard Travis called you a nigga to your face. As your body laid down, that's a goddamn shame. But your mom stepped up. She was amazing. That new law should be named after her baby. Hey, hey, never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done, done, done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run, run, run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done, done, done. You will never make me run, run, run. No matter what, no matter what. Hey, hey, hey.
Arrests have been made in the death of Ahmaud Arbery, the African-American man shot and killed by 2 armed white men while jogging through a South Georgia neighborhood.
Well, Jeff, around 8 o'clock, we learned that GBI arrested father and son Gregory and Travis McMichael for the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Both men have been charged with murder and aggravated assault.
The community is demanding answers.
Ahmaud carried the most humblest spirit. Ahmaud was kind. He was well-mannered. Ahmaud, most of all, was loved by his family and peers. I mean, Ahmaud didn't deserve to go the way that he went.
This got to stop.
And that just was enough.
Bitch, I run for Ahmaud. If anybody say anything different about Quay, because whatever he got is yours. And you know, and I think that's the stuff that really eat my family up because of how he lost his life. Man, you can accept death through an accident. You know, if he lost his life through an accident, car wreck, or whatever, old timers or whatever, you can accept that right there. But the way he lost his life, man, it's hard to accept. You can't swallow that pill there.
Got my dogs on my back, got these scars on my back. Over time, things seem to get easier. So much trauma on my mind. Hey, Zeus! But never as fast as you need it to be. Scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. Long live aid. Trauma on my mind. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Damn. Let it flow and hope it speak to him. Yeah, let it flow and hope it speak to him. Gotta reach him. Things happen for a reason, but why I feel like angels out here dying instead of demons, and why I feel like all the real niggas out here leaving. Chest shot, point blank, body hit the cement. This shit egregious. Play position, forever winning, they can't forget it. This tunnel vision with no division, I see it vivid. Just reminiscing on when them funds was insufficient. How far we come, so far to go, look at the distance. We've been running for a long time. Dark clouds, but I still see a silver line. Down south in them trenches, boy, you know the vibe. They ask what team be the realest, boy, you know it's mine. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Damn. Tears in my cup, pain in my blunt, trying to release some anger, she can feel it when I come, jigging off a pill, got my body feeling numb, niggas getting killed in these streets over none, shot him in the chest, can't even go out for a run, knee to the neck while he was crying for his mom, trauma on my mind from homicides on my mind, praying to a God like why you let my homie die, huh? How I'm supposed to live if I'm still fighting to survive, huh? How I trust a system that ain't meant for me to thrive, huh? Resume on point, but I still get denied, huh? Life real different when you're missing blue eyes. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back.
Hey, Rachel, they just recessed at 12:50, so they go back at 1:50. So hoping you guys are here. How far out are you guys? Okay, I'm just giving you an update. They just recessed at 12:50. Okay, let Rev know. Yes, I'm here. Hello? No, from 12:50. They book at 12:50, and they have to return back at 1:50. You breaking up? Say it again. No, 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 no. Listen, listen. Listen, they broke at 1 o'clock.
I wonder, do he know they can hear him?
Hello? No. They only get an hour break. They broke. Okay, they get an hour break. I'm sorry.
All right, excuse me, everybody. Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. wants to make a statement.
Excuse me. The press conference will start here with Reverend Sharpton arrives and the family. Not before. That's when it will start here. But Reverend Jackson has been made aware of that. And the press conference will start here when Reverend Sharpton and the family arrive. That's when the press conference will begin at these microphones. When Reverend Sharpton and the family arrive, it will not begin before that. We're looking at approximately another 30 minutes. That's when the press conference will begin. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you, Tony. I don't think on the stand, no. There's no space on the stand. The stand is full.
Black on black, black, yeah, hey, okay, black on black, my thoughts so black, I'm black, my skin is so black, I'm rocking that black on black is black.
Rims on this black, wheels in this black, whip with this black, so black on black on black on black on.
Yeah. Hey, black out the coupe, hop out the roof when I run into you. Thoughts black as the dark side of the moon. Won't be no truce. At your funeral in an all black suit. Couple white girls rocking all black too. Me and your man marching on all black roots. Call up the truth. Put you in the mouth there, knock out your tooth. I can tell when they not telling the truth. Talking that shit, nigga, what you gon' do? What you gon' do? Back and I'm black and I'm acting brand new. Niggas in the back like, oh word. Diamonds all black like, what you heard? Spilling some Hennessy black on the curb. Just for the memory of the deceased. When I black out of awaken the beast. What it's gon' be? You don't want with a like me. Bet you never seen my so black. I'm black on black on black on black on black. Black on black. My thoughts so black. I'm black. My skin is so black. I'm rocking that black on black is black.
Rims on this black, wheels in this black, whip with this black, bitch. So black on black on black on black on
black on black. My thoughts so black. I'm black. My skin is so black. I'm rocking that black on black is black.
Rims on this black, wheels in this black, whip with this black, bitch. So black on black on black on black.
I feel like Trayvon with this black hoodie on. Huey P. Newton, Black Revolution. I'm with a Nubian queen and some illegal aliens. I got a black fist barred up and it ain't just me, it's all us. 400 years of oppression, I'm about to give me that black Tesla. Black skid marks on the pavement, cops wanna see me in a black cage. Black on black on black, Master Juba with the tap dance. Gucci with the Dapper Dan, tell them kiss my black ass. Riding on a dino with the black mags. Just another black man trying to stay up out the casket. Yeah, black don't crack, matter of fact, where the fuck are 40 acres at? We black on black on black on black on black. Black on black, my thoughts so black. I'm black, my skin is so black. I'm rocking that black on black is black.
Rims on this black, wheels in this black, whip with this black, bitch. So black on black on black on black on.
Black. Black on black, yeah, hey, okay, black on black, my thoughts so black, I'm black, my skin is so black, I'm rocking that black on black is black.
Rims on this black, wheels in this black, whip with this black, so black on black on black on black on.
Black on black, my thoughts so black, I'm black, my skin is so black, I'm rocking all black, everything is black.
Rims on this black, wheels in this black.
Excuse me? Black History Month.
We need a longer month.
Black History Month, we need the whole year.
We need a longer
Black History
month.
Year. How about Black History Year for 1 year?
Yeah.
Out of every 2 years. 1 year, Black History Year.
All right.
Bobby was geeked the fuck up. I'm gonna be keeping an eye out on. Matter of fact, let me share this real quick.
Standing backstage, can you please clear this area? Those who are standing in the back here, we need for you to clear this area and go on the other side of the barricade. What we here to do? We came to pray, right? We come together, right? We come to follow instructions, right? Thank you so much, Reverend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your please. Please clear the backstage area. Thank you so much. If you're standing back here and your name is not on the floor here, you're in the wrong spot. Please, ladies and gentlemen, clear this area. See what time, Sheriff, can you open that gate so these folks can exit? Thank you so much.
Make a hole, Sam.
I was looking at it, I was like, we should try one or two.
Got a wheelchair. Hold on. Music.
I'm gonna go eat. Don't do it over there.
If you're still standing in this area, you're in the wrong place. If you're still standing in this area, you are in the wrong place. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you so much, so much.
Hey, we got a black male out here, fit the description of a murderess. He's running, he keep running. I can't catch up with him. Stop. He keeps running, he's running right now. He's running.
Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. No justice, no peace. Make a nigga feel like fuck them police. This crooked ass system really working like bleach. It's good for the white and not for the color. It's kinda hard being a young black brother from a struggle that nobody seem to understand. They kill Ahmaud like they do them killings in the clans. It's 3 whites, 3 guns, and 1 black man. He unarmed, I'm like Ahmaud never had a chance. Even avoided, man, we seen him throwing up his hands. Without that gun, it look like Ahmaud was getting on your ass. Behind that badge, Modi crackers working for the clan. It's hard to maintain out here, being a black man. Because a black man kill a black man, that cool, they loving that. Black man kill a white man and they sentencing him to death. White man kill a black man and they scream about self-defense. Break it down to manslaughter and got all the evidence. We stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole
young black man.
We gotta gotta stand tall. It could have been us,
yeah, Dad, but you don't understand. Every time I go to school, this white kid challenges me to a race. He began to explain how the white child set the race up, how his starting position was 50 paces from the swing set, and how my son's starting position was 450 paces from the swing sets. First one to the swing sets would win. On your mark, get set, go. My son would run as hard and as fast as he could, but he could never make it to the swing sets before that white child. This happened day after day, and eventually the white child looked at my son confused, and he said, "What's the matter with you, boy? Maybe you should try harder. Maybe you should do more. Maybe you should do better. What are you, lazy?" My son responded in frustration. He said, "What? But you had a 400 pace head start." The white child smiled and said, "See, that's your problem. You always playing that pace card. Maybe you should stop making excuses." But for 400 years, son, young black men, Morehouse men, you better keep them legs turning and ignore what the world tells you you should be. You better keep them arms pumping and ignore what the world tells you that you can't do. And you better run, you better run, you better run, black boy, run.
Yes, Todd. New Jersey, Todd. Where's Todd now?
How you switch sides?
Huh?
How you switch sides?
I'm trying to get over here to y'all. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Let me get over here by my sister right now. Oh, no. I ain't gonna run you over, baby.
Salute to everybody that's riding out with us. Day 10 days. 10 days I've been streaming this. Well, actually 9. But who's counting? We running with Ahmaud, goddammit. Appreciate everybody that's in here, black or white. That ain't what it's about. We trying to get justice for Ahmaud and get rid of these wicked, evil motherfuckers off the street. Y'all know. Keep riding. Salute to the people from my city that done slid through the chat. There ain't very many of y'all, but I see y'all. I appreciate y'all for sliding through. This chat should be filled up with Brunswick. It should be filled up with Brunswick. If you ain't out there at the goddamn courthouse, you should be right here. Don't do that talking. Be about it, pimping. Shit get on my goddamn nerves, lame ass.
Body to beat global.
It's like we losing our people every day. 'Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line way at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away. Sick of dealing with this nonsense. I'm really thinking Satan's appetite is bottomless. Yeah, he tried it then, but we gon' get up out of this. Satan, you a coward and the government is siding with him. But one thing about it, my God is merciful, true. And two things about it, he's still working for. You took my mom, you took a whole lot of black women. Now we behind this, gon' take some time to get back in it. Yeah, we black, but are we that different? To send a virus to our people to make them go missing. It's like they trying to keep my people sitting in detention. They put this virus on this earth, but they forgot to mention I really need my spiritual people to listen. 'Cause this this is only the beginning, this is never ending. And for my people in my cities, know I'm riding with you, and I'm riding to the end. As I be losing our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long life as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away.
It's time to pray. In this time and stay, gotta dig deep down for faith. Cause I know a lot of people that done lost their way, had lost their faith. God, if it gon' come down, right now it's time. Everybody around me down, cause I'm tired of crying. I don't wanna give up and don't believe. I'm trying. My brother from another mother lost his brother, and that same brother from another mother lost his mother. That make us ask you why. We die. It'll turn to thunder and rain. We still on earth, we got days. Still gotta keep on wishing and maintain. I believe it's a better place than this earth we on. I'm feeling like boom. I hope we see y'all at the crossroads. If I knew for sure I could be in a better place than this state, I would take off and try to get to the front gates. And I hope I got a space. And we pray, and we pray, and we pray, and we pray every day, every day, every day, every day to stay strong and move on. Cause we ain't got no place that we can go and escape by our heads. Let's pray.
Losing our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away.
Yeah. All right, let me check. I'll check. CJ.
Please close this gate. We need to clear this area back out. We need everyone who just come back. If you please clear this area back out. We need to clear this area back out. Please, thank you.
Exactly. Where's
Let me say thank you to all those who have come to be with this family, and certainly those who are actually following what we're asking them to do. I mean, let's honestly try to respect this family and do what's been requested of them. And so we ask this area to please clear out. Please clear out of this area. There will be no press conferences taking place until the family, Reverend Sharpton, and the attorney arrive. Mr. Sheriff, really need this area clear. Thank you so much. We appreciate all the cooperation from all of our clergy, all of our prayer warriors who come to pray today. We appreciate you being here. We thank you so much for you being here. We need our brothers to start praying now. All those who know to get the word to pray out, start praying now. That at least our brothers back here will understand that they need to clear this area. Pray to God that God will open their ears. If they can't hear me through this microphone, that God will open their ears. And ask them to please clear this area. Can we get some prayer warriors begin to pray now? So we can get our reverend brothers to understand that we are here together. And we are here together to help this family and support this family and pray with this family. We're not here today looking for shine. We're not here today looking for taxation. So we need everybody who's back here to clear this area. Clear this area, please, so this family can get what they deserve. And we want to make sure that our president, the clergy, the reverend doctor, who is back here, can you please, ma'am, please, sir, give us the space that's needed so we can do what we have the charge to do. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you so much for being here. Let's give a hand for the Arbery family. Who's here to support this family? Who's here to support this family? Who's here to pray for this family? Who's here to pray for this family? Who's here to cooperate with us? Who's here to cooperate with us? Come on, somebody give the Lord a hand of praise. You come to pray, you come to worship, you come to lift this family up. That's the only reason why we're here today. And those who are still standing back here, we still praying for you. We're praying hard, and you were here, the word of the life, and you will do what we're supposed to have to do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for all of our leaders. So thanks to my pride for one of the conveners. Let's give it up for small pride for being with us today. And Terry Penn Cook for being with us today. Let's give it up for all of us. Let's give it up for all the clergy that's here today. Come on, give it up for all the clergy. Give it up for all the clergy. The press conference will begin once Reverend Sharpton and the family arrive. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We really appreciate your cooperation. Thank you again, thank you again, thank you again. Thank you, gentlemen. The Lord has spoken. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your obedience. Thank you so much for supporting this family. But we do need to clear this back area. Thank you again. Thank you again. We do need to clear this back area. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We do declare this back area. Thank you again.
Oh, she has to watch it. I was looking
Yeah,
Hey! How did you get here? Oh, here, I'll move forward.
Oh, is that right here fine? Or right here. Don't worry about it. Deal with it, deal with it.
Do you want to be in front of me? Are you sure? He was like, she's on her own. Yeah. I know. Well,
you don't got there. Hold on, I'm gonna get you. Because you got that leg leaning the wrong way. Oh,
Can we get a sheet over here? Can we get a sheet?
Marsh, you're using this as a bomb. 430. Is it working? You're using it as a bomb. Maybe. If the camera's not moving, it might be good enough.
Yeah.
It looks like you got everything typed into there, though.
Oh my gosh, me too.
4 cards and that.
I put rabbit ears on it.
Yes.
Have you tried the antennas with the?
That's me.
I've looked at it. Unless you're gonna get like the big paddles for like a couple $100, the little antennas they say don't do much.
That's what I read about. I figured they're probably pretty well. I figured the built-in antennas are probably pretty good.
I mean, I know. I mean, if you were to leave it at the house, I think those paddles would be good.
Well, something like this too. I don't think it's like a signal issue. It's just like a very quick paddle.
Right. So, but I walk like on the other side of those tents. Picnic bench. Perfect. So it was like,
Maybe.
you just get a little bit away from here.
Maybe he's picking up another hour over there.
I couldn't feed very much, and so I went over there. It was great. Like, I could feed everything here. I was like 3.5.
Well, I'm sure as soon as this is
still in
over.
the parking lot over there.
Well, the second this gets over, I'm sure it'll open up again.
Destiny, how do you turn it on? Everyone's got a check. Oh, the one with the dog. I got all this media and whenever they're like,
I wonder if those guys
I know. I'm based in LA.
With another one.
See the streets, I took a lot of niggas. No father figures. It's common, nigga. That's the problem, nigga. They quick to drop a nigga. Your life is just a painted picture. Pray it don't hit you. See the reaper, he don't play the nigga. He gon' come and get you. See my nigga hit the block and he was fresh up out the litter. He felt the streets is what was hot. He thought his homies was some hill. He started getting to the money and them niggas turned bill. He bought her with them niggas envy, so they plotted how to get. They was his niggas, so we trusted money really blurred his vision. So we never paid attention. He never noticed shit was different. One day he was in the kitchen. He was cooking up a chicken. Couple shots came through his window. He was blessed. They flew by like a missile. Living lovely by the streets. You better get your mind right. Oh yeah. You better grip it 9 times. Oh yeah. Cause you can die tonight. I hope and pray you got it right. Living lovely by the streets. You better get your mind right. Oh yeah. You better grip it 9 times. Oh yeah. Cause you can die tonight. I hope and pray you got it right. So the work out how these niggas plotting on. That shit just blew his mind. Them niggas, they been partners for some years. Shit by 8 or 9 was crazy. He just fronted them some pie to help him with they grunt the whole time. Them niggas, they was trying just to take him out. We thinking what he gotta do. Now he know they can't be trusted. They might set him up to kill him, turn around and have him busted. So we might just have to touch. He can't believe it was his brother. He don't know who he can trust. He don't know who undercover. So one night he hit the town. He just felt like going clubbing. That night he was with his neighbors on the yacht and they was buzzing. They was walking out the club. He felt the strong sense of some trouble. All of a sudden he seen the fire from a mother. They shot his cousin. It ain't nothing lovely about the streets. You better get your mind right. Oh yeah. You better grip it 9 times. Oh yeah. Cause you can die tonight. I hope and pray you got it right. Ain't nothing lovely about the streets. You better get your mind right. Oh yeah. You better grip it 9 times. Oh yeah. Cause you can die tonight. I hope and pray you got it right.
I don't know when they're gonna start this interview or this press conference because I know they're supposed to be back at 12:50, and it's what 12:41 right now. So I don't know what the hell going on. I guess they still waiting for Miss Wanda them maybe. Cause I seen Jesse. Jesse already there. Old Jesse. There go Miss Wanda right there. Well, Ma, I know he looked just like his mama.
I'm right footed, not left footed. I got no to the right foot, see.
Here, what time they said it's starting here?
You can hear me, clap one. You can hear me, clap one. For those who are having conversations at dinner, you can bring those to the periphery. We're trying to respect the organized this moment. But if you're having a conversation in the center, please bring it to the periphery. We can keep this center please. Thank you so much. Y'all look, you look beautiful, y'all. You look real good.
Here, what time they said it start?
It's supposed to start at 12:30.
How far is Rebel?
I don't know. You had to ask Rebel too. He's on the phone.
From Atlanta. All of it. Yep. Okay. Get down to pass it. This hill.
Thank you, sir.
Did she respond? Okay.
hold that corner for me.
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You need a mic, okay?
Please, ladies and gentlemen, get this area cleared back out. We're going to get started on material. And we need to get this area cleared out. So when Reverend Shop in the ride, we can start.
Who? Every time he walk out, make that announcement. That's right. And it's working.
Get the whole office of Reverend Shop in the ride. We should be here soon. And once he comes, we will get started and be here in a few moments. And that's what Jackson and certainly all the folks who's in here. There's some nameplates on the ground. Gentlemen, please look down. There's some nameplates on the ground. If you see your name there, that means that piece of real estate is where you should be standing. If you don't see your name there, that means that you're standing in someone's spot. So let's be supportive of the family. Come on, let's give it up for the Orphan family. Let's give it up for Mrs. Jones. Come on, y'all. You guys need to support them today. And give us a few more minutes. We're going to get started.
Esteemed co-counsel, and with all due respect to them, on behalf of Mr. Bryan, I am moving for a mistrial at this time based upon the question posited to the witness in the presence of the jury in this case. I'm not going to belabor the comment itself. I'm not going to belabor the comment itself. I think co-counsel have already addressed that, and the state has already provided their explanation for it. But I think the best way I can characterize it, the question would be the way another argument in this case was characterized as being reprehensible. Not the person, but the statement. We're asking for a mistrial at this point because we just don't see any way that that issue can be cured. And
That way, me and her thinking that we're going next. Or if a team might take it that way.
How are we going?
You don't want to pull that bad. No, we're going to open it up. Ashley needs to get over there. Yeah.
Are we going to do what the family needs for us to do? Are we going to do what the family needs for us to do? And the family goes to clear this area. That's what the family needs. That's what the family needs. Us to clear this area. Please, ma'am, please, sir, please clear this area.
Hey y'all, I'm finna take it to the courtroom, man, because I want to know what that fucker doing. So I'm finna stop sharing this screen, and I'm gonna go to the courtroom, man. I gotta hear that. I gotta hear what he finna say. So give me 1 second. I'm sorry if you want to see that. I think this is more important. So give me a second.
Yeah, the court indicated that I'd take a lunch break to think through exactly what to do. The court does find that the question that was presented was inflammatory and irrelevant and completely unnecessary, particularly given the witness that was on the stand.
Oh,
it has
Lord.
potentially injected into this case issues not appropriate for the jury and which were in fact discussed and brought up pre-trial.
He seemed like
Counsel should have either known or should have known that this was a question that should not have been asked.
No, man, don't do this.
And therefore, counsel is admonished by the court and is instructed not to repeat such actions subject to the contempt powers of the court.
Oh, I thought he was going
to
run a mistrial.
Or will instruct the on the mistrial, and I have, I guess, pulled the motions together. I am I've admonished the state, indicated the court's position with regard to the question, indicated that contempt
My
powers
fault,
of the
y'all.
court will
He
be the next
denied it.
remedy available
That's
if
my
such
fault. I
action
didn't
is
know the
taken.
sound was off.
And I will
Appreciate it,
indicate
Uncle Charles.
to the panel that the state has been admonished as such and instruct them to disregard the question. So that addresses both the motion from the McMichaels as well as with the court denying the motion for mistrial, will instead be providing the instruction that I have just indicated.
Thank you.
Anything from the state before we continue? Actually, it's the defendant's case, Chief. Anything from McMichaels before we continue?
We're ready, but I think ready.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the McMichaels, I'd like the court to either revisit or think outside the presence of the jury about a ruling on an objection made earlier concerning the use of Facebook posts with defense witnesses. The Facebook page that is informing the residents of Satilla Shores, including Travis McMichael, is relevant in this situation. And here is how. We didn't have the opportunity to argue this for Your Honor. Travis McMichael took the stand. He testified that he was informed by a number of sources about crime in the neighborhood, and that one of those sources was the Satilla Shores Facebook page. The Satilla Shores Facebook page is something that the state had acquired early on and had been provided to us in discovery. The Satilla Shores Facebook page has been something that was used on cross-examination of Travis McMichael, and the question before the jury as to whether or not this neighborhood had been experiencing an uptick in crime is relevant to the issues the jury will have to resolve, because it goes to
jump around. What you talking about?
the totality
I don't understand what you
of
asking, Pimp.
circumstances. What did Travis and Ray know?
Yeah, because I don't know what that means. Is your all mud be dead? What that mean, bro?
To be proactive instead of, as the state has asked Mr. McMichael on the stand, just choosing to
I cut this motherfucking live off.
Additionally, the state has continued to argue through evidence what they saw.
I'm gonna wait till you tell me what you're talking about, Pimpin'.
Informed some of the choices and decisions they made about their own liberty and their freedom and their safety.
If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I'll just remove you from here. But I don't understand what you're talking about.
That we know and have had a witness to say that Travis McMichael saw the page, that his mother would see the page and would talk to him and his father about it. For that reason, it would be just like excluding any questioning of a witness about something she read in the Brunswick News. The Brunswick News says, hey,
thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Jail, the Glynn County Jail, everyone lock your doors. Well, maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it sure does inform the decisions they make and the thought process that they have. For that reason, Your Honor, so long as the proper foundation is laid, the defense contends that we ought to be able to question and allow our defense witnesses to testify about things they saw, things they posted on Satilla Shore Facebook page, and how those things they saw and posted informed their decision making.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Judge. First off, Travis McMichael was shown Facebook posts that he made. And that he responded to and that he commented on. So that doesn't really go to that argument. The problem here is, how is it connected to Travis McMichael? Travis McMichael testified appropriately that I looked at Facebook and I thought there was an uptick in crime. That's his perception, that's his opinion, and that's before the jury. So that's fine. But putting Miss Lindy Kofer up, which they just did, who said, I've never been the victim of a crime, and yes, I would repost other people's things on Facebook, there's been no causal link between what she did and her Facebook postings and Travis McMichael. There's been absolutely nothing that connects the two of them that makes it relevant. And her perception and opinion. Now, if she had taken the stand and said, yes, I saw a Facebook post and I went out and put up cameras, or I was the victim of a crime and put up cameras in the neighborhood, as we assume some of the witnesses are going to testify to, yes, that's what that person did. But to solely go, I read Jenny's Facebook post and Stevie's Facebook post and this other person's Facebook, and this is what they said, well, that's hearsay. And that's basically not admissible evidence at that point. So I'm not sure what the defense is asking for these witnesses to do. I think at this point, the suggestion is we see if it's hearsay. We see if what the person's talking about is their personal Facebook post, or is this something they read? Because we're going to bring in every single Brunswick newspaper and show it for all of 2019 and 2020 to inform these people. They all read the newspaper. Maybe they watched the nightly news. How does that connect up to whether it's more likely or less likely that the defendants committed the crime? So we ask it to be more on a play-by-play basis, because I think that's the appropriate way to approach this.
Agree with that, except let's see if we can all agree on the definition of hearsay. Hearsay is not a Facebook post if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to inform an individual who has read it or posted it, and who will do, just as you said, Ms. Donikoski, will testify about how that affected one's perception of their neighborhood and may have caused them to take certain additional safety measures or constrain their own liberty as a result of what they've read.
Yeah,
Your facial expression makes me think that we're not on the same page.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to explain where I am on it. The objection that was made during the last witness, the court sustained the objection and actually explained the ruling. She was asked generally about, I didn't write it down, but generally about Facebook posts and what her thoughts were. But my ruling, I indicated that I think it was a relevance objection, was not relevant to the defendants and what they may have known, and none of that got linked up. So for that particular objection, if I remember correctly, that was the basis for it. The challenge with the Facebook posts is it's social media. I'm not sure exactly what the basis of it is. There are some issues that are out there, so the court has some concerns about a bunch of Facebook posts being the basis for anything. But more importantly, what we're here about is what the defendants think was going on, as opposed to with the last particular witness, what a resident of 30 years may have seen and how she reacted to it. The court has some concerns about the relevance of that evidence, and I'll rule on it accordingly. But just putting up individuals that live in the neighborhood and say, I looked at Facebook and this is the way I felt, I think that there's the basis for some objection there, and I'll go ahead and take that as they come. But if it can be linked up with what's actually before the court, so be it. But just bringing witnesses in to say they looked at Facebook and unrelated to, in fact, she testified, I think she didn't know the defendants. Yeah.
And I'll just say this last piece, Your Honor, to fill in that one gap. We will link this up. And I think it's important for the court to be reminded that during the cross-examination of Travis McMichael and other direct examinations of GCPD and GBI agents, the argument has repeatedly been made by the state that the defendants are exaggerating the feelings of that neighborhood and what was really going on in that neighborhood. So I think the only way to respond to that, if I'm acting on behalf of myself and my neighbor, then it's fair enough for me to say, well, let me tell you what my neighbor was worried about. Here's what she told me. Here's what she experienced. And that may help the jury think more clearly about the way that the state is characterizing a peaceful, calm, placid Satilla Shores in February of 2020.
I just want to add, I'm sorry, I just want to add, I think Ms. Hogue addressed it, but several witnesses have testified that there were maybe 2 burglary 911 calls or 2 entering auto 911 calls, 1 burglary call for this long period of time. That testimony was elicited by the state. The only way to respond to that, there was more crime in the neighborhood, is from people who experienced it and read about it and were concerned about it. And that's the relevance of the Facebook page, because Travis McMichael testified on direct.
Well, let me just, I guess I was going to say, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to do that anyway. Yeah, I mean, if you got a witness that stands up and testifies that they were the victim of a crime in Satilla Shores, sure. But if you got a witness that gets up and says, oh, yeah, I lived in Satilla Shores and I looked at a Facebook page and I used that to inform myself about crime in the neighborhood, but I've never spoken to the defendants, which is exactly what we had with the last witness, that's an objection that's going to be sustained. Those are 2 very different things. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, we believe because of Travis McMichael's use of the neighborhood Facebook page as a source of information that raised concerns that he testified about.
Well, and he testified and on direct could have walked all the way through that. So and I believe he testified to what he was informed of in the neighborhood, and Facebook was referenced during his direct examination.
Correct. And this corroborates that there were, in fact, Facebook posts about crime in the neighborhood.
But it went I'm not going to debate it from the question that went beyond that into what the Facebook posts were. And so, again, the objection was sustained with the last witness. I've explained where the court generally is on this, and we'll proceed from there. All right, we're going to bring the panel in. I'm going to provide the instruction to the panel. And is Travis McMichael ready with his next witness?
Next witness is Cindy Clark.
For the record, on the recess for lunch, we had a individual out in the foyer of the courthouse wearing a Black Lives Matter mask, bringing to the court's attention for the record.
Okay. All right, let's go get the panel.
And you've been watching our live gavel-to-gavel coverage of the trial and the death of Ahmaud Arbery. You heard a little back and forth there from the defense and the prosecution. Walter Madison, let me go to you and ask you what you just heard there and how this impacts this trial right now when it comes to those social media posts and those witnesses who live there in that neighborhood.
Well, what I heard that stuck out the most to me was the last comment by the prosecution, indicating that there's a person in the hallway with a Black Lives Matter mask on. I think that he's drawing too much attention to that, and it's almost to the point where it appears as if he's afraid of someone expressing themselves or some political speech by way of Black Lives Matter. I think he's showing that he's afraid of the Black issue being very much central to the case, which, that's everything that the case is about. So it appears as if he's a bit timid on that point. And I think the more attention he draws, the more it takes away from whatever.
All right, for jury. Please seated.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch. Before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, an improper question was asked of the last witness that the state knew or should have known was objectionable. Accordingly, the court has admonished the state and has ordered that the actions are not to be repeated. You are instructed to disregard the last question asked and any implications arising therefrom. With that instruction to the panel, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Thank you. We call Cindy Clark. Just raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and proceed. After Ms. Clark,
Hey.
I just have a few brief questions for you.
Okay.
If you would just say and spell your name, please.
My name is Cindy Clark. Cindy Clark.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in Brunswick on Holmes Road.
Is that in the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
And the type of work you do?
In sales.
Okay. At any point in time, as you were living in Satilla Shores, did you become aware of crime happening in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Generally speaking, what type of crime were you aware that was happening in the neighborhood?
Petty crime, cars being broken into, things like that.
Okay. Were you aware whether guns had been stolen from cars in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Or were you aware of whether people were seen or spotted walking around the neighborhood at night?
Yes.
Okay. You just have to speak up just a little bit. Okay. At any point in time, did you undertake any precautions about your home, like putting up cameras or doorbell cameras or things like that?
I did put up a doorbell camera, but I never hooked it up.
Oh.
It was a waste. But yes, we took precautions. We locked our doors and we locked our cars at night.
When you say we, who are you speaking of?
My husband and I.
Okay. Did you discuss this with any of the neighbors about how you felt or thought about these things that were happening in the neighborhood?
Sure.
Can you give us a time period of when this crime was happening? Was it 2018, 19? I'll just drop off the end part of that question. Can you give us a time period of when this was happening?
We moved in the neighborhood 2004. So probably 2006 on. I mean, just things happening here and there.
Okay. Do you have a general concern that as a neighbor, it's a good thing to look out for one another?
Yes.
Is that something that you try to do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you ever become aware of the Satilla Shores Facebook page?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Well, I'm a member of I'm on there too. So I forgot how I heard about it.
Okay.
But I joined it.
All right. Have you yourself ever posted on the Facebook page?
Yes.
Did you at any time ever use the Facebook page to inform yourself about crime going on in Satilla Shores?
I think I remember once and maybe twice. Yes.
Meaning that you only read it once or twice, or that you posted on it once or twice?
Oh, that I posted something once or twice.
Okay.
But I read it more than once.
Okay.
I read it a lot.
And did you read it as it was relating to trying to understand what type of crime may be happening?
Reading.
Again, it's not reading. I'll give you a case on it, Your Honor. Miller versus the state, 258 Georgia Act 425. May I approach? Yes. Mark the last paragraph for the court, asking a question that contains the possibility of the.
I'll read it.
I was just making a record for the court. That's fine.
It restates what a leading question is.
I know. I'm just giving it so the court understands that asking the witness a question that contains the possibility of a yes or no answer is not a leading question.
To counsel testifying and counsel doing all of this with a speaking objection.
I was just responding to the objection.
This is
helpful.
Well, no, it states what a leading question is. If it suggests the answer, then it's leading.
Right.
A leading question can still be phrased as a yes or no, as if it leads to one and only one of those answers as a conclusion. It is still leading.
I would say it's subject driven, but I understand the court's ruling. I'll move on.
Yeah, so let's go on. It's sustained.
Okay. All right. Did you yourself witness any type of crime happening in the neighborhood or become aware of it in your own space in the neighborhood?
I didn't witness it.
Did you witness any aftermath of it or anything suspicious at any time?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
The neighbor across the street, I guess they were in the middle of going through their car. And
who's they?
Okay. It was two guys that were in a car that had parked across the street from my home. And I guess they scared them, and the one guy drove off and left the other guy in the neighborhood. And that was around like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So we all woke up, they woke us up. So I was aware of that.
Okay. Is this the kind of thing that you would post for the benefit of other neighbors?
I don't think I posted anything about that. There was another incident that I posted about because I saw some people in the neighborhood. A car broke down, people walking into the neighborhood, and I did post about that, but I had called 911.
And why did you post about that particular incident?
Well, they were walking into the neighborhood away from their vehicle instead of walking out of the neighborhood, maybe to get help or something, but it turned out to be a stolen vehicle. So.
Okay. Are you yourself a gun owner?
Yes.
Okay. You could just give me one moment. Your Honor, one moment, please. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
But you'll just have to wait 1 second. The state might have questions.
Hi, Ms. Clark. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. I'm Linda Dunikoski. I'm one of the prosecutors, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. So this incident with the two guys across from your home in the middle of the night, when did that happen?
I can't remember the year.
Well, let me ask you this. Was it before COVID?
Yes.
Okay. So if we do that, was it like the 2019, 2018, or even further back?
I think it was further back.
Further back. And then when we talk about that car that was broken down, was that the car from Florida that was stolen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that was, what year? Do you remember when that was?
I'm going to guess.
Okay.
Maybe 2016, something like that.
All right. And do you know Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know Mr. William Robbie Bryan?
I've met him one time. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much.
Speaking about dates, do you recall in December of 2019 learning about a suspicious car coming in the neighborhood and you saying that you would go back and get the tag number of the car? Is that kind of the way you're talking about trying to help neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall around August of 2019 sharing some suspicions about an individual who was taking pictures and walking around the neighborhood taking pictures and that someone should run his license plate too? Can't remember that one.
I can't remember that.
If
I didn't remember that one.
Okay, may I approach witness? See, it just refreshes your memory. You're welcome to step forward. You can see if that refreshes your memory about generally saying in August of 19 about another car coming in and running the license plate.
Yes.
Again, is that something that you were doing to try to be a helpful neighbor? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You should be released.
May be released,
All right. You are released. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Brooke Perez.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and see.
And I know you're soft-spoken, so please use that microphone next to you.
Yes, sir.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Brooke Perez.
And how do you spell your first and last name?
BROOKPEREZ.
A little bit louder, okay? Because I'm even having trouble here. Okay. And Ms. Perez, where do you live?
Satilla Shores.
How long have you lived at Satilla Shores?
The end of this month will be 6 years.
6 years. You lived in 2015 or so?
Yes.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
What's the name of your husband?
Diego Perez.
And do you have any children?
Yes, 3.
And what are their ages?
13, 8, and 15 months.
13, 8, and 15 months?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you at one point the victim of theft crime?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury what happened and first when that happened?
I don't remember the year that it happened. I knew it was over the summer. Someone in the neighborhood had posted on our neighborhood Facebook page that they had I think their car was broken into. And usually when that would happen, I would go out and check just to make sure. And sure enough, I went out and some tools were missing from my husband's truck. It was a Makita drill and impact dropper, charger, and 2 batteries in a case.
You said you don't remember the year. Would looking at your Facebook post about that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. Ms. Perez, if you'll turn at the top, there's page numbers. If you'll turn to page 430 and read through that, see if that refreshes your memory about the year in which that occurred.
Yes, sir. It's 2019, June 30th of 2019.
Is that the date you remember it happening?
I knew it was in the summertime. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what time of day or night the tools, or approximately the tools, were stolen?
I would assume overnight because Diego always backed in front of the garage. And I know this was in the morning. Well, it says 11:51. I say morning. But I remember seeing it, early that morning. I was like, oh, let me go out and check. And when I did, I noticed the tools were gone.
Did y'all take any actions as a result of his tool?
Yeah, I called. I think it might have been the non-emergency number, but I did call, and a police officer came out to the house. We didn't have the serial numbers on there, and he said, ask him, can you fingerprint the truck, perhaps? And he said no, because of the type of door handle it was, that most likely would not show a print on there.
Okay.
So I said, okay.
Was that the first time since you moved into Satilla Shores in 2015 or so that you and Diego had been the victim of a property crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did being victimized make you feel?
It's a very uneasy feeling. At the time, I only had 2 children, but I'm a stay-at-home mom, have been for several years, homeschooled my children. So I'm home by myself with the kids. So it just felt like a violation. Someone in something that, shouldn't be this close to my home.
Okay. Did you and your husband take any actions as a result of well, let me back up 1 second. Did the police ever find the person who took the tools?
No.
Okay. Did you and your husband Diego take any actions as a result of the theft of your tools?
Yes, sir. We purchased a Lorex home security system. It's a 4K ultra high def camera system. So that way, it's really good.
Do you know what?
I'm sorry, I hate to break the but it's really hard to hear you. Sorry.
I'm going to stand back here.
Okay, so I can yell at you. Okay.
Yes. Ms. Teresa, if you don't hear me, let me know. You said you and your husband purchased cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, did you install them or did Diego?
Oh, no, he installed them.
Okay. Do you know where on your house they were installed?
I think the first one we might have put over the garage. The other one is on the second story. And there's one facing the front door. I think at that time we had only done maybe those 3. I don't think we had put any more. We purchased several cameras, but the cordage that they come with, they only come with X amount of feet, and then you have to buy additional cords. I don't really know much about it, but I just know that the ones that we were wanting to put out, the cording wasn't long enough, so he was only able to put up a few at once.
One was, I think you said above the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We have, well, I'll get to that in a second. Did you post about the theft of tools on the neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir, I did.
So when do you recall becoming a member of the neighborhood Facebook page?
The day, or maybe the day after it was created.
Do you know when that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it prior to 2018, if you know?
It might have been. It may have been. I really don't know.
Well, tell the jury why you posted about a personal theft of you and your husband's tools.
Well, if I was a victim, I'd assume someone else, in the neighborhood was, because that's how I found out I was a victim, was someone had said someone had entered their car last night, and I said, this needs to stop, where the car is locked, and then come to find out we were, theft, and apparently his truck wasn't locked. I'm not sure what happened, but just to let them know, hey, something was missing from us. You might want to check too.
Okay, so you were letting your neighbors know about your own theft?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time when you became the administrator of the neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
And why did you become the administrator of the Facebook page?
Because my lovely neighbor made me administrator. I guess because I'm usually home and I don't say I sit and watch the cameras, but it's a huge 40-something inch screen and all you have are all these cameras that show, so if there's motion, it'll let you know there's motion and it'll tell you what camera, and I kind of look to see, what's going on.
Okay. What does being the administrator mean for people who aren't on Facebook?
If you wanted to join the group, we would see who it is, and if they lived in the neighborhood, yes, here you go, and that's.
So the sole criteria of being on the page is you have to live in Satilla Shores.
Yeah, absolutely, or either. I think my mom's on there, and a couple of other, relatives, to look out. So if we were out of town, she would know, hey, there's something going on, they're not home, that kind of thing. But
as the administrator, how often would you look at the neighborhood page?
On Facebook, it'll give you a notification if someone's posted in there. And so I would look at my phone, periodically. And if I saw a notification, I'd go and then go on there and look.
Do you think you looked at it once a day, more than that, or less than that?
When someone posted on there, so sometimes there's more than one post a day, and sometimes, there's, several weeks that there's not a post. So it would just depend on the action.
Please tell us the kinds of things that people use the Facebook page for, the neighborhood Facebook page.
They would use it for if, we had an incident as far as a theft, if a suspicious person, if our water went out, if power went out, if, police activity in the neighborhood, basically to keep, whatever is going on in the neighborhood, to keep, our neighbors informed, because a lot of our neighbors are elderly neighbors, and there's several houses that are, I don't want to call them weekend houses, but basically no one lives there full time. They're there maybe a weekend a month or so. So that way everyone kind of knew what was going on.
Was it a way of keeping an eye on everybody's property and
yes,
other
sir.
things going on, the kids and things like that? Okay. Did you keep Diego informed about the things you were seeing, Diego Perez, the things you were seeing on the neighborhood Facebook page?
I think I told him about the water a couple times, and I did tell him anytime that there was suspicious activity and anytime something would go missing, I would let him know.
And why would you tell your husband about suspicious activity that you were seeing being posted on Facebook?
Because he's my protector.
Okay, so to keep him informed about the things he needed to know to keep you and the kids safe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know a gentleman by the name of Larry English?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Mr. English?
Our kids, so we bought the fun house in the neighborhood for all the kids to come to and hang out, and he has a young son that's in the same age as my oldest daughter, and the kids across the street, they all would come to our house, and his son Hoyt, he was outside playing, and I said, ask your dad to get your swimsuit and come swim with the kids, and he said, no ma'am, he won't let me, but if you come down there, maybe he'll let me. So we walked down there, and that's how I met Mr. English and introduced myself. Hi, I live right here. Our kids always play outside. If it's okay, can he come and play? And that's how I met him originally.
And how many doors down from you does he live?
2.
And I mean, when I say live, do we understand this to be a house under construction?
Yes, sir. He lives in a camper in the backyard.
Okay. So how often would you know Mr. English to be on his property approximately?
Still to this day, about every day, every other day. I see him all the time there. And since the house was being worked on, he's there working a lot. So
on the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time where you informed Mr. English about you and Diego having your tools missing?
Yes, sir. The day that the cop, came out, the day that our tools went missing, my husband said, there's a gentleman over here building a house. You might want to check with him. And my memory serves me correct. Diego and the police officer walked over there to Mr. English's house, and I think that's the first time that they had met each other.
Is that the first time you met Mr. English?
No, sir. I didn't go over there with the police. I met him, I think it might have been right after that, or maybe it was right before, but it was with the kids playing.
Was there ever a time where you became aware of problems Mr. English was having with intruders on his property.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when that was?
I believe that might have been in October,
What year?
maybe 2019. And I only know that because a neighbor had phoned and said that someone was on her camera. She wasn't home. And so I woke up my husband, hey, there's someone on the camera, go and check. And I spoke with police that night.
All right, so let's.
And the police officers who told us about that.
All right, let's back that up. So there was a time where you became aware, I think you said October.
Yes, sir. I believe it was in October.
Okay. How did you become aware of an intruder on Mr. English's property?
I can't say if I saw on the camera the cops or if it was when Diego was outside the cops, but I know I was alerted due to police presence. And I remember speaking to an officer, and he said that they were looking for a young black male that had been on, and he didn't tell me whose property, but pointed at the house under construction, and that the caller had said he had ran across the street to the house across the street from us.
And you said you got a call from a neighbor that night while this was supposedly happening. Who was the neighbor?
Miss Lawrence.
Subi Lawrence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she called you?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, without telling us what she said, do you know why she called? Did she inform you, without saying what she said, of what was going on at her house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned Diego being outside. What did you do after you got a call from Subi Lawrence?
I immediately woke him up and was like, honey, there's someone on Subi's camera, and he jumped up and busted his tail. We have hardwood floors and he was wearing socks and he slipped and fell and then jumped up and went out, went over, and he never found anyone.
So literally busted his tail?
Yeah, literally
fell on the
busted.
floor.
Yeah.
Did you know if he went over there, when he went over there, he was armed?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
My husband's normally armed. He carries every day in his waistband, so.
Has a concealed weapons permit?
Yes, sir, and we have USCCA. So.
Okay. So he went over, to your understanding, to Ms. Lawrence's house?
Yes, sir.
To try to help her understand what was happening on
Yeah, she wasn't home, and she's a single mom with 3 small children. And when she called and said someone was on her camera, it was like, oh gosh, so it said, don't come home until we make sure everything's okay. Because the last thing we wanted was someone to be in her house and, her and the little boys go in and who knows what would happen.
Did you eventually go outside and I think you said talk to the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was, to your knowledge, anyone found, located, that had been the intruder at Mr. English's property that night?
No, sir.
Did there come a time when you became aware of other nighttime intruders in Mr. English's property?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of that?
Mr. English would text my husband, usually a video, and sometimes he would call and say, how would he say, the colored man's back at my house.
That's what he says?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or the colored boy is what he would call and tell Diego.
Okay. And why did he call Diego, to your understanding?
I know my husband told him we're 90 feet or 95 feet, something. Our house is, may seem like far, but it's not. And he told him, goodness, because Larry, I think, had sent him some pictures or whatever. And he said, if you need me to respond, I can. I can pin them up. I have night vision goggles, until the police can get here to see who this is. And
so your husband was leaving your house to go respond to Mr. English's problems?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever try to stop your husband, say, this is not our concern, don't do that?
No, sir.
Why?
Why not? Sorry.
It's dangerous, right? It's dangerous.
It could be, yes, sir. But if you don't know what, you're just going to find out, hey, what are you doing? What's going on here? That's not, it could be dangerous, yes, but it could not. So I didn't look at it as.
Did it not scare you when your husband would leave the home at night to go check on the street?
It was very unnerving that what was going on, because you didn't know what was going on. But I guess I trusted my husband enough, and I knew, that I guess the Lord would protect him. Whatever he felt right as a husband and as the leader of our home to do, then that's what he should do.
Okay. How or what, if any, actions did you take once you started hearing about multiple intrusions in Larry English's property 2 doors down from yours?
I messaged his wife on Facebook and asked, can we put up some no trespassing signs?
Larry English's wife?
Larry English's wife.
Okay.
And ask, hey, can I put up some no trespassing signs? Maybe that'll deter, if you don't know, maybe if they see a sign and realize, hey, this isn't just, a random person building a house, it is an actual family building a house. Maybe that would deter something.
Did you ever call any of your surrounding neighbors to let them know that this intruder was here?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us who you talked to about that?
I called Subi Lawrence.
Okay, single mom of 3.
Yes.
Across the street. So you and Subi were friendly beyond just neighbors?
Our kids went to daycare together, so I've known her for a long time. So yes, sir, I would say.
Did you ever post about the intrusions in Larry English's house, the break-ins in his house, on the neighborhood Facebook page?
I'm sure I have, yes, sir.
Give me 1 second. If you'll turn to page 356 and see if that refreshes your memory about a post you made about the man breaking into Larry English's house.
Sorry, you said 356?
Page 356, yes.
Read it.
Just to yourself.
Oh, okay.
So did you post about the intruder in Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what you posted.
I said black male, short hair, tattoos on chest and arm, ?
And that was in response to what?
To a neighbor of ours, her husband's truck was broken into and 2 rifles and a pistol were stolen.
What's the date of your post?
The date of my post, December 8th of 2019.
December 8th, 2019, and you posted about a black male with short hair and tattoos on chest and arm. Why did you single out those characteristics?
Well, whenever I spoke to the police, and he showed me a picture, and that was the description that he gave me, and that's also what I could see from the videos. At that time, I think we had several videos of a black male, short hair, tattoos, chest and arm.
Was the post on December 8th of your description of the man in Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall an event on February 11th regarding Larry English's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us what you recall from that day.
Larry either called, I think he might have called and sent a video and said, that the same guy is back. So Diego would usually go out the back because we thought that he was coming in the back. But he didn't. He went out the front door, and I went out behind him. And then I saw Mr. Greg and Travis coming down the road, and I was telling them, shh, Diego, be quiet, that's Diego. I couldn't tell, I thought Travis was talking to his dad, but he was talking loud and excited, and I'm like, hush, someone's down there, be quiet. And I stood in my driveway. At the time, our yards were fenced.
Your yards were not fenced?
Our yards were not fenced, no, sir. And so I have a really high-powered flashlight, and I turned it on, and I shined it from my driveway to the river, and I could see straight across the river. So that way, if he was running in the back, I would see someone running.
So this is at night?
Yes, sir.
It's dark outside?
Yes, sir.
You're literally leaving your house and going out
in my front yard.
To your front yard. Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
a weapon on you?
Yes, sir.
What do you carry?
Yes, sir.
What do you carry?
Oh, what? Pair Ordinance 1911.
Okay. Pistol?
Yes, sir. 45.
Okay, 45. Is it in a holster?
I think I might have had it tucked under my arm because I was holding my flashlight.
Now, why are you carrying your firearm out at night in a dangerous situation?
Who knows what am I going to encounter outside in my front yard? So, for my protection, my children are right inside this door.
So again, this is an intruder, someone at Larry English's house. You're putting yourself at risk.
In my yard, yes, sir.
In your yard, okay. Do you ever see the intruder that night?
No, sir.
Okay, but your husband was out, Mr. Travis and Mr. Gray. Okay. Did you see police respond?
Yes.
How long did you stay outside looking for a possible intruder?
Not long at all. I, waited a couple seconds, and I figured by the time Diego, had got in, he would scare whoever it was, and if so, they would be coming this way. And shortly after I went inside.
Did you post about this incident as well?
I probably did.
Okay. Turn to the first page, 347. And see if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, sir.
Did you post about this incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What date did you post?
Looks like 2/12 of 20, February 12th.
So the next day?
Yes, sir.
And what did you post?
I said, it's the same guy the last few times. We have him all over camera, but boy, is he fast, and he knows our neighborhood really good.
Why would you say that?
Because literally it's 90 feet, 95-ish feet. My husband's pretty fast, but this guy was obviously, way faster because Diego had never, encountered him ever over there. So either he knows the neighborhood and knows, where to tuck in and hide, or he's booking it.
Okay. So as of now in February, still not found this intruder. And you're posting among your neighbors. Why are you posting this information?
To let them know, hey, it's the same guy. If it's not the same person, it would really be suspicious, but not like alarming. The same person coming over and over and over. It just made me, worry. Why is the same person coming over and over and over?
And it alarmed you because what were you thinking was happening?
I really didn't know what was happening. I assumed Mr. English didn't know who he was, and he had no business there, according to him, and that was his property. And he had told us, prior to that things had gone missing. So I just assumed the same person coming over and over and over, and you've had thousands of dollars of stuff missing. I assumed that it was the guy that would keep coming back.
So you put these various pieces together and made an assumption?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't see him steal anything, this black male intruder?
No, sir.
But from various pieces of information, you drew a conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Were you home on February 23rd? During the shooting?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you and your husband?
We were at church. Our church, St. Simon's Community, was building a new campus here in Brunswick, and we were donating our time to build our pastor an office in the church. So after church got out, we went and had pizza. We got new windshield wipers, and then we went to church. We did some drywall mud, and then went home.
Okay. When you got home from church, did you find out about the shooting?
Well, I was pulling into the neighborhood. A cop come hauling tail in, and our neighborhood's quiet, mostly old retired people. And I was like, what the heck is going on? So I got off, the side of the road, and he come flying on in. And I told my husband, I said, we're going to go and see what in the heck this happened, what's going on. So I drove around past our house, and that's when we came up on
the scene.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you see Travis McMichael out there?
Yes, sir.
And how did he look to you?
I don't know if scared, he looked just not himself. He just had his hands up, and he was just like, and I was like, what in the world? When I came up on it, I didn't know what happened. Didn't know what in the world it transpired to go on, but he was bloody, and he was just like pacing back and forth. And then I remember he just like kind of plopped himself down. They had like a tree that was pretty tall, and he just kind of like sat down and just kind of looked frazzled. And it was like, what the hell, I think is what I said.
Okay. Did you stick around?
No, I drove on. My husband said, he's dead. Go, go, go. We had our kids in the car, so.
Do you know if your surveillance cameras captured Mr. Arbery from that date?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what happened to the surveillance camera video from your house?
Diego put it on the USB and gave it to a cop on the scene that day.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Perez.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Mrs. Perez, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. We've met before and talked, haven't we?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, on the 23rd, you own a black car, right?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
It's okay, you can call me sir.
No.
But you were coming in and Officer Duggan was speeding right past you.
Yeah, somebody.
Okay. And you went down, Diego said, no, keep going.
Yeah.
All right, so you took the kids home.
Yeah.
But he wandered on down to the scene, didn't he?
Yeah, he wanted to, what in the heck? It was a pretty gruesome sight to come up on, so he wanted to know what happened.
All right, now, let's talk about, I'm going to kind of back up and we'll talk about crime for a minute, okay? Now, you guys had never been the victim of crime up until this June 30th, 2019, when the tools got stolen out of the unlocked car in your driveway, right?
Yes.
All right. But you guys normally locked your cars, right?
Well, see, that's the thing with his truck. It actually had to go to the shop because Ford had some kind of problem where you would lock the truck and it would stay locked and then it would unlock itself. So he thinks he locked the truck. We said he locked the truck and come to find out the truck was having issues. So,
gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So, as the Facebook administrator, you're just the person who's kind of like letting people join and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right. But after the theft of the tools, you decided to go ahead and get some cameras.
Yeah.
And you were willing to share with the neighborhood the images on the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about the Facebook being used for things like water power, animal control.
Yep.
Okay. Kids selling cookies, that kind of thing. Charity events.
Yeah.
But your husband's not a member of the Facebook page.
My husband does not do any kind of life log, social media, nothing.
Okay. So he's not paying attention to what's going on Facebook.
No.
Now, your husband went ahead and volunteered to help out Larry English, right?
Yes.
So he's the one who made contact with Larry English to say, hey, I'm willing to go ahead and assist you. You live 2 doors down.
I think I had messaged his wife and gave him or her Diego's number and said, hey, this is my husband's number. If you'll have your husband reach out to him, please. And that's when they had a phone conversation.
All right. Now, when you asked Amy English, can we put up these trespassing signs? Was that before or after this homicide?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. You think it maybe was afterwards?
You can look at the Facebook messages. I honestly don't know.
Did you private message her or?
Yeah, private message.
So it's not going to show up, do you think?
All right. I don't know. I don't know how that goes.
Did they ever, before this incident, put up any no trespassing signs?
I don't know what they did on their property.
Well, did you see any no trespassing signs?
They had a bunch of different signs up, so I couldn't tell you what one was and what one wasn't.
Okay. All right. And you're really close with Subi Lawrence.
Yeah.
She lives across the street.
She does.
All right. And that's who your husband's also close with. You guys known each other for a very long time, right?
Her mother.
Okay. Annabelle Beasley.
Yes.
And they live right next door.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking to Subi about what took place in the neighborhood, right? You were informing her.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with Larry English and his cameras is the camera goes off, he gets it on his phone, and then by the time he watches it, he calls Diego. Is that right?
Now we know that's right. We thought he was calling the police and then calling Diego, but we've learned after talking with you that that was not the case. So yes.
He was just calling Diego direct.
Unfortunately, yes.
Not calling the police.
No.
And your husband had had it with that, hadn't he?
Yeah, once he realized on February 11th, that's when he said, "You don't ever have to worry about me. I'm not doing that again." Like, what in the world? Why would you put myself in danger like that?
Because he thought on February 11th that Larry had
called the police. Yeah.
But Larry hadn't called the police.
No.
And so your husband gets this Facebook message or this text message.
Yeah.
Okay. I misspoke, but a text message. And he goes over there because he's trying to be a good neighbor.
Yes, ma'am.
He actually went into that house, didn't he?
Yeah.
He went
and
in
he's went in that house so many times. So.
And when he goes in the house, he's usually going, private property,
No trespassing. Yeah. What are you doing here? I've heard him yell that, like, what the hell are you doing here? Obviously not seeing anyone, but trying to get a reaction out of whoever is there. Yes.
Because he just wants the person to go away.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Don't come back. This guy doesn't want you coming back. You're bugging us. What's going on?
So on this night, though,
I'm sorry, which night?
on the night of February 11th that we're talking about, remember that night?
Yes.
Okay, so Diego goes out of the house. He goes over there like he's normally doing. Does he have his high-powered flashlight with him?
Yeah.
Okay, and he's got his gun with him.
Mm-hmm.
And you come out the front door and you see Travis and Greg McMichael.
Yes.
All right, they're in Travis's pickup truck?
I think Travis might have been driving. I don't remember if Mr. Grant, I don't remember if he was walking by the truck or if he was in the truck. But I remember seeing both of them.
All right. And so they're coming back from which direction?
From their house towards the front of the neighborhood.
Okay. And you're communicating with him, telling him what?
I was trying to tell him, like, hush, hush, because, he was just so, wah, wah. I'm like, who are you talking to? Shut up. What are you doing? I didn't realize until, later that he was on the phone with 911. I thought he was talking to his dad, so.
Gotcha. And Greg McMichael, did you see him then go into the house as well?
I didn't see him go into the house because of the stuff, like Larry had a trailer and stuff, so you can't see, like, the front of Larry's house from my driveway looking over. But you can see the front yard, and I saw, his truck. He pulled it up in the front yard with his bright lights on. And I don't think Greg might have went in, but I think Travis stayed. I remember seeing Travis at the back of the truck.
So we say Travis pulled the truck up. Where did he pull it, on the street or somewhere else?
So say this is the front yard and this is the street. He kind of, I think it might have been hanging out in the street, but I know, he pulled it up and he had his light shining on the house.
And you were afraid Greg McMichael was going to go in there and shoot your husband, weren't
That's why I was trying to tell him, hush, my husband's in there, letting him know, hey, if you come across someone, it's not, I didn't know how they, got down there. I didn't realize that Travis had saw the guy or any of that. I thought, oh gosh, Larry English is telling someone else in the neighborhood, and now, they're going down. Like, holy cow, this is not going to be a good situation if he didn't know my husband was in the house. So that's why I was trying to let him know, like, hush, Diego's in there,
Because you knew that they carried guns as well.
I didn't know them to know that they carried guns. No.
You didn't know them like that?
No, I didn't.
Right. But you were afraid that if they had a gun, they'd find your husband and shoot him.
Well, I knew that my husband had a gun, and I didn't want them to see my husband with a gun and just think he is this random person in the house and he's armed. So therefore, we need to bring a little bit that's what I just wanted them to know. Hey, that's my husband in there.
Now, let's go ahead and talk about, I want to make sure I've covered this. Oh yeah, with regard to Larry English and the missing stuff on his boat, he told you he suspected his subcontractors, right?
No, Diego actually told him. He didn't say he suspected anyone, but Diego said, well, what about the people with the tool bag? When they came out, is the tool bag heavier or fuller than what it looked? And he said, well, it might be, I'll check it out. I don't remember if he actually did come back and say, I know he came back and said, I asked them, but I don't remember if he ever said, yes, it was them. But I'm thinking that he didn't because we didn't know who had taken it. So I'm thinking if he said it was my HVACs, we wouldn't still be thinking somebody, is taking this.
Okay. So I want to make sure, because we have our subcontractors, okay, and then we have the white couple from November 17th who also went into the house.
Yes.
So are you talking about
the white couple is who I assumed was a subcontractor. because the kind of tool bag he took is like an electrician bag, well, typically an electrician bag. So that's what I assume was a subcontractor.
So you assumed that the white man and white woman who had gone into Larry English's open unsecured construction site on November 17th, 2019, were actually some of his subcontractors,
Yes.
and that they'd gone there to rip him off or steal some stuff.
I did not think that. My husband thought that.
And he told that to Larry.
Yes.
But I guess my question is, did you, or to your knowledge, your husband, were you guys ever informed that Larry actually suspected his own actual subcontractors, the HVAC guys?
I was not aware that Larry suspected that, no.
So Officer Rash never told you that either?
No.
So on December 8th, we're talking about December 8th, and Renee Herndon posting about her car getting broken into.
Yeah.
Okay. So you remember that post?
I do. What page was that again?
Let's go ahead and flip to page 356. Okay. All right, so do you remember Renee Herndon on 12/8/2019 talking about thieves broke into her truck last night, her husband's truck, and stole those guns?
Yeah.
Okay. And you then responded, black male, short hair, tattoos on chest and arm.
I was asking if
that was the description, right? And she says it's hard to tell. But the police showed us a picture of the guy you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. And we're going to keep an eye out. It was Officer Rash, and he sounded like he's pretty familiar with all the suspicious activity that's been going on in our neighborhood. This is getting ridiculous, is what she responded.
That's
right?
what she wrote.
Okay.
Renee Herndon.
And did you then check the cameras for her that night?
Yes, I did.
And you saw a suspicious car?
I did.
And did you also see the pictures that Renee Herndon had posted about the guy?
I think she posted it later on.
I know. Here. So I'm going to show you what's already been marked and admitted as states 327A and 327B. Are those the pictures that she had posted?
Yep, those were the ones she posted.
And did you ever, did Officer Rash ever follow up with you all and tell you that it was a white guy who had broken into their Jeep?
No.
You didn't know that?
No one ever followed up with us or anything, so. Yeah, because we had pictures of the car, or what we assumed was the car, and they never came by to get those on a USB, so.
So the police never came by to get anything from you guys about the car?
About any of this, no.
Let me make sure I covered everything, okay? All right, Mr. Price, I'm gonna hand you back over to the defense. They may have some more questions for you, I don't know.
Okay.
Mr. Perez, could you describe the lighting conditions at 220 Satilla Drive at night?
There's no lights there. I know we had a street light put in, not, I don't know when, because there was no lights around there.
Did the darkness, the lack of light at that location cause you even greater concern if there's an intruder coming in that late?
Just because it was so pitch black dark, literally, and no lights around, it's kind of like, why kind of thing, but.
Not just a looky-loo looking at architecture. Or
you can't see anything in there that late at night. I mean, I was only there once at night, but the night that I was there, you couldn't see really anything.
The state asked you about the Renee Herndon incident in which weapons were stolen out of their cars. When she posted, "It's getting ridiculous," what did you understand, page 356, what did you understand her to be talking about? It's getting ridiculous.
There were several car break-ins. I know like backpacks were rummaged through and some kids' backpacks were found in the, different yards and stuff. There's just a lot of suspicious activity, a lot of people coming and going into Mr. English's house. And it's just an uneasy feeling to not know, who it is, and the cops are being called and they still don't know, who it is. It's just not a good feeling.
Thank you, Ms. President.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Yes, you may step down.
Thank
you. And you are released.
Thank you.
She's also under our, we're going to reserve the right to recall.
I'm sorry, you are subject to recall, but you're excused for the day. Thank you.
Defense calls Jack Brinson.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Happy. Okay.
I'm out.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
We can have a 5-minute break working together.
Let's do this. Sir, I'm going to let's do the jury first. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a very short recess. Plan to come back probably in the next 5-10 minutes.
All right for the jury.
All right, sir, if you could just go ahead and step down. If you just wait out in the hallway, you should be recalled in just a moment.
Yes, sir. Put this back on.
Yes, please. Thank you. All right, I guess we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, 10-minute recess.
Here is that for 2 months and a half, people run around and intimidate the community. Not a single judge from this county would take this case. Said conflict of interest. They've been intimidated, they're afraid to take the case. The judge is out of the area. They tried to make Al and I, the son, non-brother, the judge said is in a relevant discussion. We sit in the courtroom, trying to friend with the family. That's the thing to do.
I know it may be hard to hear, but that's just how it is. Because I'm listening to it on my other computer too. So sorry about that.
Julius Jones has been set free.
This last point that when they were killed, 74 years, 74 days, he was he had the idea of he was not capable. The police headquarters had the tape all the time. Prosecutors had the tape. We're going through several prosecutions, DAs. System is corrupt. been suggested that some people in jail who should not be there and some are going to jail who should not go there.
Amen.
So we have an obligation here to stand up and fight back. I want to say you ministers around the country, don't just make this an event. Go back and fight the battle.
That's right. Yes, sir.
From
Amen.
Kentucky, the Brown Taylor's your agenda.
Yeah.
If you're from Wisconsin, you're on the agenda there. Jacob Blake is your agenda. If you're from Texas, Hughes Jones is your case. Oklahoma is your case. So everybody must go home. Dr. King had to give them speech. I have a dream. He said that now we must go back home.
Yes, sir.
Do the work in the South.
Yes, sir.
The South, one black elected official in the whole South. One black official in the whole South. Jamal, one in the whole South. Leroy Johnson in Atlanta. Yes, guess what? When that was all over, we have now a black mayor in every city on the coast.
Yes, sir.
When slave ship landed, we're now empowered. Say, I am.
I am.
Somebody.
Somebody.
Respect me.
Respect me.
Protect me.
Protect me.
Never neglect me.
Never neglect
Stop
me.
the violence.
Stop the violence.
Save the children.
Save the children.
Stop the violence.
Stop the
Save
violence.
the children.
Save the children.
Reverend Sharpton, thank you.
Thank you.
For being in the family today. Big hand.
Amen. Reverend Jesse Jackson. I am. We love you, Reverend. We love Reverend Jackson. That's right. Bible says, honor thy mothers and fathers, that your day, didn't say their day, your day. It's a blessing to remember those that remembered you. And I would not end this with him standing here without, he wasn't on the program, but he made the programmer. That's it. That's me. Large and well, I ain't as large as I used to be. Reverend Mosley from LA, I see you. I'm trying to cover all of my nan folks. One of our board members will be speaking on the other side. Reverend Freddie Haynes is in the house from Dallas, Texas. Somebody told me. And my pastor, Reverend Adolphus Lacey, is in the house. Reverend Lacey, my pastor. Pastor Kim, give us a prayer, and then Attorney Crump and I. All right. Pastor Kim, lead us in prayer, and then Mother of Ahmaud is going to come back and lead us in a chant as we move on.
Thank you so much.
You're right.
What a great congregation this is. We've assembled ourselves, and now let us close this section. Lord our God, the one who has kept us, brought us, delivered us, healed us, made ways out of no ways, parted the sea when we needed it.
Yeah.
Oh, delivered us from the fiery furnace when we needed it. Brought us up out of hunger when we needed it.
Amen.
Delivered us from enslavement and bondage when we needed it.
Amen.
Healed and delivered broken hearts when we needed it.
Amen.
Broke yokes when we needed it. Showed up when we needed it. Did what only God could do when we needed it. Leveled the valley when we needed it. Leveled the mountains when we needed it. Only God can show up and do what we need him to do on today. And so God, we say thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for the power of prayer. Thank you for the Holy Spirit. Thank you, God, for keeping your word. You said you never leave us, you never forsake us. And God, we say thank you for being the only one who can make ways out of no ways, make all crooked paths straight. We thank you now, oh God, that we seek justice for this family, God. We pray, Lord, that righteousness and justice will marry together. That you will break the hearts of those who broke your heart. God, that you would break the yokes of those who hold to evilness.
Amen.
God, we thank you right now for moving in a mighty direction, moving on our behalf, moving in this space, changing this city's policy, changing this city's polity. But God, we say thank you for holding on to us, never letting go, keeping us, delivering us. And God, we pray right now that you would give peace where there is unrest.
Yes, Lord.
God, God, that you would make ways, that you would show yourself, that you would move in this direction, that you would move in the Arbery's direction, that you would move, God, and do what only you can do, so that when we come together again, we'll know that it was only you and the power of prayer, for those who pray right now. Pray with me, my brothers. Pray with me, my sisters. Give a shout to the Lord. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. oh God, if it had not been for you on our side, we wouldn't have made it this far. If it had not been for you on our side, we couldn't stand here today. If it had not been for you who's on our side, you would have made ways out of no ways. If it had not been for you who is on our side, you would not have given us the Savior. If it had not been for you who is on our side, you would not brought us to Calvary's cross. We thank God for Calvary's cross because we thank God for the one you gave us, the one who sacrificed. And God, as I close this prayer, I want to say thank you that the cross, the battle of the cross wasn't won at the cross, but the battle of the cross was won in the garden. We thank you, God, that we're parked right now in the garden. We're parked in the garden like Jesus was in the garden. I want you to pray with me. Can't you just pray for a little while? And Father, won't you take the cup from the Arbery family? Come on and pray with me because we win the victory in the garden as we walk to the cross. Bless your people. Keep your people. Protect your people. Protect your people. Increase your people. Give us peace. But before we have peace, we need your justice. For where there is no justice, there can be no peace. We thank you. Thank you. In Jesus' name. Amen.
As we bring Wanda back, we're going over to the stage where we're going to do our wall. This is Bishop Herb Daughtry I was just talking about with Reverend Jackson. He's going to help lead us over. Bishop Daughtry will be out with us. 90 years old. But he said he wanted to be with us today. One of the significant influential leaders of Black America. Amen. Let me bring Wanda back. You know, I want to say this to the press. It's interesting, Wanda, that they said when I was here last Wednesday, it could have been influencing the jury or intimidating. I've been to trials for 40 years when police were involved, and they packed the courtroom with uniformed police and guns. And nobody ever says that's intimidation or influence. So if this lawyer sets a precedent with us, then he sets a precedent that we can judge whoever's in a courtroom anywhere in the United States. What he said is not good for anybody. Give a hand again to the mother, Wanda. I hope this meant a lot to you.
I just want to come back and share just two thoughts that I had when people were praying. That God will put people in your path to help you. Yeah. You are the people for my family and I. Amen. And I want to say thank you. I also want to say, again, God is good. And God is good all the time. All the time. Could you please say his name? Ahmaud Arbery. Say his name. Ahmaud Arbery. Last time. Ahmaud Arbery. Thank you, guys. I love you. Love you. All right, we're going to go over to the tent. Right.
It does not. Good. Right address, right.
Comma issues becomes important. So
We can live with that.
all right, looks like we've got everybody back. Mr. Sheffield, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and get the witness back up. I guess it's not the state's witness. Whoever you had. All right, you can go to have a seat, sir. And I remind you that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and get the pen.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. I believe we are ready to proceed. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Brinson.
Good afternoon.
Could you please spell your first and last name?
Jack, Jack, Brinson, Brinson.
Mr. Brinson, how old are you?
I'm 67.
Are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
41 years.
Okay. And where do you live?
I live in Satilla Shores.
What street do you live off of?
I live on Zellwood Drive.
On Zellwood, okay. And where on Zellwood is it? Is it closer to Highway 17 or to the back of the neighborhood?
It's to the back.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
We have lived there, my wife and I have lived there for a little over 35 and a half years.
Okay. Do you have any other family that lives in the neighborhood?
Yes, my daughter and son-in-law live next door and 3 grandchildren.
They live where?
Right next door.
Oh.
And I want to apologize. I'm a little hoarse. I've had a cough, so if I.
Okay. Well, there's some tissue next to you if you need them.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for letting us know. You said your daughter and 3 grandchildren?
Yes.
All right. And what is your daughter's name?
Jill.
And what is your son-in-law's name?
Brandon Gregory.
Okay. How is he employed?
He is a detective with the Glenn County Police Department.
Okay. I want to ask you some very limited questions about your experiences in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay. At any point in time, did you become aware of ongoing crime in the neighborhood?
Yes.
All right. What type of crime were you aware of?
At the first that my experience was probably about 6 years ago, where my vehicle was broken into. And I didn't realize it until the next morning when I went to go get my coffee, and you could see someone had been in my glove box and everything was strewn around. And I keep a bunch of quarters in an ashtray in that car just for tire pressure, things like that. And the ashtray was poured out and the quarters were gone.
Let me go and stop you there. What kind of work do you do or did you do?
I was a sales tax and withholding tax auditor for the compliance division of the Georgia Department of Revenue for 30 years.
Okay. Did anything happen to some of your stuff related to your work? In terms of being stolen?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. You were saying then that you had some things stolen from your car?
Yes.
And
CDs and things like that, but nothing really of value.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your wife is a member of the Facebook Satilla Shores page?
Yes, she is.
And are you aware whether she posts on that page?
Yes, she does.
Okay. Do you all discuss the types of things that are posted on the Facebook page as it may relate to crime?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you if you ever became aware of any crime as it relates to Larry English's house, 220 Satilla Shores.
Objection to hearsay if this is based on the Facebook page.
Well, it's not based on the Facebook page.
Or whether he heard it from his wife, who got it from the Facebook page.
I'm just going to ask him if he's aware of it. I haven't gotten to the hearsay part just quite yet. Just want to establish a little foundation if he's aware of what's going on in the neighborhood.
All right.
We're asking about who's aware of crime. Are you aware of any thefts occurring in Larry English's home?
Yes.
And did you come to understand the type of things that were stolen from his home? Without saying what you were told, did you become aware of the types of things that were stolen in the home?
Yes, and also a dollar amount.
Without going into what you were told. Okay. And do you recall who you learned that from? Just the name of the person or persons?
Various people.
Can you name them?
I would say one would have been Matta Benzie. maybe Taylor Zachary, maybe, I don't know, probably several other people, word gets around.
Did you discuss these types of things with your wife and your daughter and your son-in-law?
Yes.
Did you all make any changes in your habits to try to address or deal with some of the crime that was going on in the neighborhood?
Yes, after that first instance, as minor as it was, we had fake cameras at that point, and we bought a camera system ourselves. And
So you had fake?
Yeah, we had, try to just let someone think we had a camera system.
Okay.
So then we actually went out and bought actual real cameras.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you, sir. The state may have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
I understand he can be released.
Yes, it must.
And, sir, you can step down and you are released. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Defense call Annabelle Beasley.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Annabelle Beasley.
And Miss Beasley, where do you live?
I live in Satilla Shores, 225 Satilla Shores, Brunswick, Georgia.
And how far is that from Sue B. Lawrence's house?
Next door.
Could you tell the jury how you're related to Miss Lawrence?
She's my daughter. And since she's single, divorced, I asked her to move next door so I could keep an eye on the kids.
How long have you lived in that house?
Since 2004.
So 16, 17 years?
Longer than that.
Longer than that. My math is wrong. And you mentioned your grandchildren, Subi's children.
No, 1994, I'm sorry.
1994, okay, Sue, it's not my math, it's your math.
My math was.
All right, and you mentioned grandchildren. How many kids does Subi have?
She has 3 boys.
And how old are they?
Right now, the oldest is 15. I have a 13 and a 10.
Please describe for us the type of neighborhood Satilla Shores is. Certainly when you moved in 1994 and as it's gotten
When
closer.
I moved in 1994, it was an older neighborhood, a lot of seniors in there, and it was quiet. I think my kids were the only 2 daughters that grew up next door, grew up right there. They went to high school they were in Satilla Shores, and so we didn't know a whole lot of neighbors then because a lot of seniors tend to keep to themselves. But in the last few years, things have evolved and the seniors have moved on and we've got younger families in the neighborhood.
So more children in the neighborhood.
That is correct.
Do you know the children who live across the street at the Perez residence?
I certainly do.
Okay. How do you know those kids?
I know those kids really well. I've known them since they were little because they went to the daycare with my little grandkids.
Okay.
Yes. And I've known Diego since he was a young boy at Sunday school. And then we reconnected, and then I found out that he's buying a house across the street from me. And I said, what a blessing.
Okay. That's wonderful. So the neighborhood was elderly. Now it's more younger families. Do you live with anybody in your house?
No.
Okay. Do you do anything to maintain your own security of your house?
I have recently, after all the happenings in the neighborhood, it was unnerving. And so I had to, she's single, she couldn't defend me. I got to protect myself. So it became necessary to have cameras put up.
Okay. And you have cameras at your front door, or what parts of your
I
house?
think I only have one at the front door.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was put on recently, so.
Okay. Did there come a time when you yourself became the victim of a property crime?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us about that?
Well, I was in China, and my black Honda was sitting in my driveway, and my kids, I communicated with them every day, and they discovered that the car was broken into, the door was wide open, and they had been in, so they saw that it was all ransacked. And I asked my daughter if she reported it to the police, and she said no, because the week before, somebody's Jeep was broken into, and the police said, you should have locked your door. There's nothing we can do about it. And since my door was unlocked, she decided not to call the police.
Mm. Did you end up, when you came home from China, calling the police about it or anything?
No, it was way past, yeah.
Okay, so it was a crime that's unreported to the
That is correct.
Okay. Did you become aware of a situation where Subi's cameras, Ms. Lawrence's cameras, went off one night in 2019?
She told me about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you, as a result of what she told you, did you do anything about that?
Not personally, no.
Didn't change security, didn't change
No.
your...
I have a security system in the house.
Right. Like an alarm system?
Right.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that Ms. Lawrence has three boys.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of those boys ever going across the street to Mr. English's house to borrow some pieces of wood?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of them ever playing at Mr. English's house?
They played with Mr. English's son. And Mr. English's son would come across and play with them. And Mr. English, when they were using scrap wood to make a ramp, he said he would build them a ramp.
Okay. And do you know if that ever happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did there ever come a time when your grandchildren became too afraid to play outside?
Yes.
And do you know what happened?
Well, I think they were scared by what they saw. And then they called their grandmother one night. I wasn't there, and their mama was at the birthday dinner, and they saw somebody. Pardon me?
No, not you. You can sustain or overrule that objection.
Yeah, this is what she heard that the boys were reacting to.
Okay.
That's sustain.
Let me move past what they told you.
Okay.
Did there come a time where they stopped playing outside at night?
We wouldn't allow them to.
You didn't allow them. You say we, you're talking about you and Miss Lawrence.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And why wouldn't you allow them to play outside?
Because we didn't want them to encounter anything, you know.
I think this is all still based on hearsay from what she heard from either the board or somebody else. So the reaction or what they are allowing them to do because of that is still based on that hearsay.
Let's focus on this.
Yeah.
It sounds like she made a decision. Let's figure out what her decision is and why.
Right, and that's what I was trying to do, Judge. Do not tell us what the boys told you, but did there come a time when they stopped playing outside?
That's correct.
And you said you didn't want them to play outside.
Correct.
And tell us why you and Ms. Lawrence made the decision not to let them play outside.
Because of things that were happening in the neighborhood. Okay. We didn't want the boys out there. We didn't want them to confront or see anything that they shouldn't. You know, we didn't want them to be a victim of anything, so we let them stay inside.
Safety.
And even till today, they barely go out except now that they're older, they will play, but as long as we are home, it's okay for them to be out there. But they do go across to Perez's house, and we're okay with that.
As long as they're being overseen.
They're right, exactly.
Okay. Was there a time, Ms. Beasley, when you were interviewed by GBI agents?
Yes.
Okay, do you know when that was?
When the incident occurred.
The incident being the shooting of Mr.
That is
Arbery?
correct.
Okay, and you gave a statement to the GBI?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I just have a couple of questions.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are
Good
you?
afternoon, fine, thank you.
I'm Paul Camarillo. I'm part of the prosecution team.
Nice to meet you.
We may have talked on the phone, I
I think you
believe.
did, you
We
and I
did?
had a long conversation.
We did, right?
I do remember that
Okay.
now, yes.
Was it a good one?
Yes, it was a good one.
Okay.
I think I told you all that I was thinking.
You did.
Mhm.
You did. You did. And not all of that is relevant evidence.
Okay,
All right?
gotcha.
So I just got a
Okay.
few questions for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You've been in the neighborhood a long time.
Right.
Okay. Is it fair to say that a vast majority of these crimes that occurred in the neighborhood were property crimes or car break-ins and that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay. Other than the homicide of Mr. Arbery, violent crimes were few and far between or non-existent in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Ma'am, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May she be excused?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Is she under state subpoena?
No.
All right, and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's called Subi Lawrence.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God, yes I do.
Release it.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Ms. Lawrence, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself to the jury.
Okay, my name is Subi Lawrence, Subelawrence.
And we just met your lovely mother, but I want to make sure she spoke loud enough. I want to make sure you speak loud enough so that last jurors back there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lawrence, what kind of work do you do?
I'm in recruitment.
Okay. And how long have you been in, like a headhunter kind of recruitment?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been in that?
15 years.
Okay. Here in Brunswick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about your job and being here at this trial?
I do.
Okay. Well, what are you concerned about?
I obviously just don't want any negative impact in my career and personal life.
Okay. But you're willing to testify today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell us where you live?
I live at 221 Satilla Drive,
And where is that in relation to Annabelle Beasley?
right next door.
Okay. And where is that in relation to Larry English's house?
So he's kind of catty cornered. If you're facing away from my house, he is across the street and one over.
Do you also know Brooke and Diego Perez?
Yes.
And how do you know the Perez's?
My middle and her oldest went to preschool together, and then just since moving to the neighborhood have become friends.
When did you move into Satilla Shores?
August 2015.
Okay. Was there a time before you moved in 2015 where you lived in Satilla Shores?
Yes, sir. I moved there in 9th grade with my family, my mom, dad, and sister, into the house my mom lives in 1994.
Okay. Then at some point you moved out?
I did. I got married and moved out and got divorced and came back.
Okay. Okay. And so how would you describe your relationship with the Perez's?
Oh, very close. They are definitely good neighbors, good friends, like other parents to my boys. One time we actually had, the boys were playing baseball in the front yard, and a ball went through the dining room window, and Diego just happened to hear glass crashing and runs over, and he had it repaired before he went to bed that night. And then Brooke's over with her vacuum cleaning up all the glass. So they look out for us.
So they're neighbors that help you?
Yes.
with all the
The
things that
circus.
three boys, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to 2019. How old were your three boys at that point?
They were 8, 11, and 13
Okay.
ish.
Did they have any kind of relationship with Mr. English or his children?
Yes, Hoyt, Mr. Larry's son, and my middle are about the same age, and so they would play together. And Mr. Larry actually gave them some wood for a ramp, for a bicycle ramp.
Okay. Have you ever seen Mr. English's surveillance video of two boys on his property
I have.
on bikes?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know who those boys are?
those are my children.
Oh boy. And what were they doing in that video, to your understanding?
They were going to get the plywood for the ramp Mr. Larry made them.
Okay. So they had permission essentially to get the wood?
Yes.
Okay. Did they ever go into Mr. English's house at night, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
I want to take you back to October 2019.
Okay.
Okay. Was there a time when your camera on your own home security system alerted you?
Yes, sir. It was late October, and it was late in the evening. So I want to say the boys and I were at a football game or the fair or something on a Friday night, maybe that was, that had us out late, 10 o'clock-ish, I guess. And so I got an alert on my Blink cameras that, there was motion detected. So I look at it and I see two men with flashlights looking at the front of the house. And so, of course, I call Brooke and just say, there are guys at my house with flashlights. Can you please send Diego over to see what's going on?
Okay, and why would you ask Brooke to send her husband into a difficult situation?
Because Diego is...
There's no objective speculation.
I asked her why. Yeah.
I feel very safe with Diego. I know that he would look out for me and my boys, at all cost.
Okay. And did you eventually come to understand who was on the camera that alerted you? Did you ever find out?
Yes, I did. Diego came over and figured it out and relayed it through Brooke.
Okay. Did you ever, as a result of that incident, talk to the police?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever post anything on the neighborhood Facebook page?
In general, yes. About that specifically, I don't recall.
Okay. When you say in general, what kinds of things were you posting on the neighborhood Facebook page?
Who do you use for a landscaper? The ice cream truck is in the neighborhood. Just kind of general neighborly, keep you updated sort of things.
Okay. Did you ever post anything about crime in the neighborhood?
I didn't initiate a post. I may have commented on a post about crime in the neighborhood.
Okay. Any of those posts related to Larry English's house?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Were you kept informed of the intruder in Larry English's house over the course of the late fall 2019 and early 2020?
Yes, sir. So if Brooke would find out that there was a suspicious person lurking, she would usually text or call me and say, tell the boys to get inside and lock the doors. The guy's back at Larry's.
And what would you do when she would tell you that?
Well, kind of at this point, the boys were staying inside a lot anyway. So, I would still tell the boys, don't go outside, stay inside, lock the doors.
Were your boys, we describe them as physically active young kids?
Very.
And so were they, before all these break-ins, playing outside?
Always.
Okay, building ramps for skateboards
Yes, sir.
and riding their bikes. Were they outside at night?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when that you stopped them from playing outside at night?
I didn't have to stop them. As reports of car break-ins and suspicious persons, lurking around. They kind of did that themselves. They didn't want to even come help get the groceries out of the car at night because they were just a little afraid.
Okay. As a result of your awareness of break-ins in Larry English's house, did you take any security measures to protect yourself and your kids?
Before I knew about the break-ins at Mr. Larry's, I had read on our Facebook page about a car being broken into. And so after that, I got the Blink camera system.
Okay. And were you kept aware about crime in the neighborhood through your neighborhood Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
Did you find it to be helpful?
Very helpful.
Okay. Did you, were you ever one of the administrators of the Facebook page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, what does that mean to be an administrator?
So just to have access to who's joining the page, what kind of things are being posted in the page. We wanted to make sure that they were actually people that lived in our neighborhood or, had a legitimate reason to be in the group.
Okay. Did you notice over the course of when you moved back in 2015, anything about crime in the neighborhood, whether it was rising or falling or?
Growing up there had never been crime. And, I'm ashamed to say I didn't always do a great job of double checking that my car was locked. But when I started to see frequent posts about cars being broken into, and not only in our neighborhood page, but the Exit 29 Facebook group, people would post from the neighborhood next door. So of course I was just a little more diligent about making sure that, the car was locked and the doors were locked and windows that I hadn't checked and that sort of thing.
Did Brooke Perez or any other neighbor or the Facebook page for that matter ever inform you about how many times this black male was coming onto Larry English's property at night?
Not so much the Facebook group. It was probably more just text from Brooke saying, get the boys inside.
Okay. And when she would text you that, would you make sure the boys were inside?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. How did that make you feel, the fact that there was someone coming over?
Violated. Upset that my kids weren't getting to grow up in the safe neighborhood I grew up in. Previously, we lived on some land, and we had a dirt driveway, and all they wanted was a neighborhood with roads so that they could ride their bikes. And so to have to say, come inside, stay inside, or Mom, I don't want to go outside, it was just disappointing.
Even though it wasn't violent crime, it still affected you and your boys?
Well, crimes of opportunity may not start as violent crimes. It's just someone's in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I didn't want my boys to be home alone and someone think because there's not a car there, there's no one home, and then they're in that situation without me.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Appreciate it.
That's it. Good afternoon, man. How are you?
Hey, I'm well, thank you.
My name is Paul Camarillo, and I'm one of the prosecutors here.
Yes, sir.
We've never spoke before, right?
No, sir.
Okay. I may have left you a voicemail or two, but we've never actually connected, right?
No, and I'm sorry if I missed that.
Oh, it's
I
okay.
definitely would have called you back.
No, it's okay. Would you?
Yes. I'm very brave.
All right. I'm not that scary.
Okay.
You and Mr. Rubin were talking about break-ins at Mr. English's house.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody there actually ever broke into anything. Is that correct? That you know of? It wasn't a secured house. Somebody walked through the door.
I don't know if there were even doors.
Right, there weren't, but.
So Mr. Camarillo,
that's
testifying.
Just as your sons went in that garage, the open garage.
Yes, sir.
You're not aware of any sort of doors or windows or anything else that was on that property?
No, sir.
All right.
At the time that we're speaking of?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir.
Currently, there might be.
I think so.
Okay. All right, so you're friends with the Perez's, close friends, right? Y'all have had dinner together? Exchanged texts and calls and that sort of thing? Y'all went on a boat ride with the Perez's and Mr. McMichael?
Mr. Greg and Travis, or Mr. Greg and Ms. Lee.
Yeah, right, okay. And that was shortly, that was after the homicide?
Yes, sir.
Y'all talked about friends and family, that sort of thing?
On the boat ride?
No, I'm just in general.
The Perez's and
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then after the shooting, you and Brooke walked over there, or kind of meandered over there to see what was going on, right?
The day of.
The day of?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you two were standing there together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know Miss Lee McMichael?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lee and I work for the same place, so in passing, just colleagues.
Same hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all see each other in passing, talk about friends and family, live in the same neighborhood?
We don't usually chit chat, but we're friendly.
Okay. Friendly enough that y'all went on a boat ride together?
Yes, so, right. Brooke and Diego invited me, and I'm not going to turn down a boat ride.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did you know Mr. Arbery?
I did not.
Before this happened, did you ever hear about him?
Not by name.
You never heard that name before, right?
Correct.
None of your friends or family knew him?
No, sir.
The incident at your house where you said that you saw two guys with a flashlight, those are police officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never saw any trespassers on your camera that night?
Correct.
You just saw the aftermath of people looking for somebody?
Right.
And in fact, you've never seen a trespasser on your camera ever?
Correct.
Did you ever view surveillance videos from anybody else's house personally?
Being so far after the fact, I don't know if the videos I saw were, just from the internet or anyone's phone. I mean, if I did, it would have been from Brooke's phone, but I don't know.
Your mom had her car broken into, right?
Yes, sir.
And
Well, rummaged through, it was unlocked.
It was unlocked. We tend to use that term pretty loosely, right?
Yes, sir.
Door was unlocked, car went through, still unnerving.
Very.
Nobody wants that to happen.
Right.
Didn't call 911?
No, I did not report it. And my mom was out of the country and asked why I didn't. And I'd seen on the Facebook page that someone's car was also, things were stolen. And when she did report it, the police were maybe a little flippant about it, just a car break in, make sure you lock your doors. So I thought, I'm not going to call the police for her car being rummaged through.
That seemed to be a trend in the neighborhood? That seemed to be a trend, people leaving their cars unlocked and things taken out?
I don't know if they were all unlocked or not. But you should still be able to leave your car unlocked and know your things are safe.
100%, 100%. And it's not your fault. I mean, it's not anybody's fault.
Right.
Right. Since you've lived in Satilla Shores, you haven't personally witnessed any car break-ins, correct?
No.
You haven't witnessed personally any property crime?
Crime other than?
Property crime?
No.
Okay. You've never witnessed or heard about any physical assaults?
No.
Really, the only thing that was going on was this car break-in.
Car break-ins and several reports of a person that no one knew kind of lurking around. My boys called one night when I was at a restaurant, and it was like 8:30, and they said,
Judge, I object to
oh,
this.
sorry.
Yeah, a non-responsive answer. Yeah, asked to strike that.
I would ask that she get out to complete her answer.
I asked about assaults, and then it went into something else.
Oh, really good stick. Yes. Move on. Can't remember where the objection came from.
Mentioning suspicious person.
Yeah, she
No, it was not responsive.
It was non-responsive.
That's
As the administrator of the Facebook page, you were able to see all the different types of theories about who might be doing this, right?
I had access to, didn't necessarily engage or read it actively.
Did you get alerts on
Every
your
day.
phone as the administrator from being a part of Satilla Shores?
I turned off my notifications from Facebook in general just because they get overwhelming at times.
Fair enough. Had you heard that people thought it might be teenagers?
I don't recall.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Ms. Lawrence, about a time when you had a conversation with Travis McMichael after the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember speaking with him in his driveway at some point after the shooting about this case?
No, sir. I remember he was coming home one night and I was out in the road and he just stopped and we talked.
And y'all talked about the case and what happened?
Right. Yes, sir.
Right. And he told you there was a video out there
Yes, sir.
and that him and his dad were planning on, quote unquote, leaking it.
Right.
And you agreed to help him do that?
Probably not at that time. And I didn't agree to leak it.
At some point, you and Travis had a conversation about
That I would share it once it got
Share it,
out.
correct.
Right.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it had to do with you helping get his version of what happened.
Right. The neighborhood's version of past events and yes, kind of
Sure.
all the things that led to this.
Because at this point, everybody had seen that video, right? Or a lot of the neighbors. You've seen it. You
I
saw
have seen it, but I don't know about it.
They showed it to you. They showed it to you
Correct.
on their phone or wherever they had it.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, nobody knew that they actually engaged in a full-on chase through the neighborhood. Correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know what everyone knew.
No, what I'm asking, what they told you. Did they ever tell you that they chased Mr. Arbery or followed him in a car, or whatever you want to characterize it? They never told you that, correct?
I don't recall that.
Who be talking about? Greg and Travis. Greg and Travis. They never told you they engaged in that chase, right?
Correct.
And you never heard from anybody else about that.
I'm sorry, one question about what?
You never engaged with any sort of conversation with anybody else about a chase that occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a chase.
At some point after the homicide, and I don't know if it's before or after this conversation, Travis asked you to admit him in the Satilla Facebook page under the name Travis Hafner. And it was a fake Facebook page, correct?
Correct. Because his actual Facebook page had been hacked.
But he didn't take the time to set up a new one under his real name.
I don't know that Facebook makes it that easy, but I don't know what he did.
Because he wanted to know what people were talking about this.
I'm going to object to Mr. Camarillo asking what Travis McMichael believed.
This is a conversation we had. I'm asking about the conversation we had.
So I would ask that it be clarified what information comes from the foundation.
You and him talked about the purpose of him creating this Facebook page, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that purpose was from him to be able to monitor what was going on throughout the neighborhood under this fake name.
Monitor what was going on? I don't.
Look at what people were saying.
Right.
At some point, the neighbors were, as you said, they post about maybe water that got shut off, complaints with things going on in the neighborhood, crime of some sort, right? That's kind of the general things that were being posted on the Facebook page, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point, there were strings of messages or posts about car break-ins that were happening. You remember all that?
Fair enough. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you engaged in some of those conversations, and at some point on January 30th, you posted about leaving your window down, and you were lucky nobody took your purse and wallet in the front seat.
Right.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Bub and Renee Herndon posted about their gun being stolen, right?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. At the very end of that, Travis posted, "They're playing with fire on this side of the neighborhood." Remember seeing that? He posted that?
I don't.
One minute, okay? Ma'am, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Camarillo asked you about the video that we've seen in this case regarding the shooting of Mr. Arbery. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you were willing to share it. Right? Share it meaning the video.
Right.
How are you going to share it?
Texts or social media.
Post it somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Send it to friends or family? And why? Tell us why you were willing to share that video.
To me, I felt it matched the story that I knew to be true of this person lunging for the gun. And so this is the story I heard and have no reason not to believe. And so seeing the video kind of confirmed, okay, this matches the story and the video match. So you're lucky you have this on video.
Okay. And so you were willing to put it out because you believed it to be the truth.
Yes, sir.
And about what time of year was this? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't.
Was it after the media had gotten a hold of this story and was kind of blowing things up?
It was after the video was released and then didn't get a positive response.
Okay. All right. Did you ever share the video?
No.
Okay. But you were willing to?
Yes.
Okay. The Travis Hafner, I think, was that the name Mr. McMichael wanted to use?
I don't recall.
Okay. Tell us about that. What had happened prior to him approaching you as you understood it? Why he needed a new moniker on Facebook?
Someone had hacked into his account, and so I guess I don't know if they automatically shut it down or he had to shut it down, but it was just a way to get on Facebook.
Okay. And was this again after the national media had started reporting about the shooting of Mr. Arbery? Do you recall?
I believe it was after.
Okay. And as the administrator, what did you have to do to allow Mr. McMichael to?
I don't know that I actually did. I'm sure there's a record. I'm not saying I didn't, but it's just an easy approve or decline.
Okay. And tell the jury why you were willing to approve Mr. McMichael, Travis, being on the Facebook page under a different name.
I believed the account of the events as they transpired, as they were told to me by the family, and didn't see a reason he shouldn't have access to what people were thinking.
So it was to monitor what other people were saying about him? Is that as you understood it?
Or maybe not necessarily of him, but of the event in general.
Okay. Did you, as the administrator of the neighborhood Facebook page, see anything wrong with that?
No.
Was the name Travis Hafner or whatever name was used by Travis or anybody else to put out information about the case, to your knowledge?
I don't think he actually posted anything.
Okay.
But I don't.
You don't recall? Okay. Just give me 1 second. Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Appreciate it. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Is she released? Do that. She understates subpoena. Ma'am, you can step down. You are released.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before the next step, we'd ask that the jury be asked to step out and we bring a matter up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take we'll plan on 15 minutes, 15-minute recess.
All right, sir. Please be seated.
Your Honor, because the defense of Travis and Greg McMichael has been joint in many ways. Before there is any resting that goes on, I wanted to revisit and make sure that we have perfected the record on several issues, especially now given the additional evidence that's come before the court concerning the issues of mental health, the issues of Ahmaud Arbery being on probation at the time of this event, and the use of force expert, all three of which this court has prohibited our introducing evidence on. So if this works okay, we haven't actually worked this ballet out here, but if I could, the mental health evidence was prohibited by this court. But since that time, you now have testimony from Travis McMichael where there have been complete descriptions of behaviors and conclusions drawn from those behaviors by Travis McMichael that are consistent with a number of the things that were reported in the Gateway records and would have been corroborated and explained even further by Kelly Kaufman, who was our mental health expert. So I can do each of these, or I can lay out the new information that we asked the court to consider. Would you prefer that I go by each?
Well, once you get through it, then I'll try to address it in turn.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor. Second, we had also sought to introduce evidence that Ahmaud Arbery was on probation under 2 felony offenses. A great deal of exposure still left on those. The court denied that motion. I point out that in the state's case, the medical examiner was permitted to testify about fight or flight, and even after objection, was permitted to give his opinion concerning fight or flight and cortisol, etc., as being the explanation in his mind for, under the state's questioning, the decision to make a sharp left versus a sharp right out of the neighborhood. Number 2, with respect to probation, under the cross-examination of Travis McMichael, he was cross-examined by Ms. Donikoski at several points for quite some time about in a way that indicated that the state's position found it to be incredulous that Ahmaud Arbery would just have run back at Travis McMichael at 2 different occasions, and then certainly that he would have directly run at Travis McMichael to engage in a behavior that is otherwise unreasonable. So for that reason, we would ask that the court reconsider and allow us to introduce evidence of Ahmaud Arbery's probationary status as further explanation for why fight or flight, while that is the state's theory for taking the sharp left and attacking Travis McMichael, may have been to avoid being apprehended by the police and, again, having to do time for space further investigation for his probationary status. And third, the use of force expert. We had asked for a use of force expert, or primarily the Travis McMichael team, to explain to the jury the theories that Travis McMichael did a very good job explaining on his own. However, once he explained them, he was cross-examined by the state on the way that he implemented that training, and even at one point an exhibit from his training was placed on the Elmo, if that's what it's still called. I don't know if that's on the screen. On the screen for the jurors concerning some of the training and the ways that Travis McMichael would have made decisions on that training. Because he was cross-examined, I believe now the state has opened the door for the use of force expert and testimony to come in to provide the support necessary to corroborate his testimony for which he was cross-examined. So while we do need rulings on those 3, given this additional evidence in the state's case and the defense case, we also need to perfect the record for a proffer, as a more complete proffer as to what the mental health evidence would have been. The court is aware because of the records that we submitted of Ahmaud Arbery's probationary status. I believe you have those records already. And then I need to just inquire of Travis McMichael's team as to whether the use of force expert testimony has been properly proffered as to what he would have said had he been allowed to testify, and his credentials.
And the gateway records, and I'll have to look, but the gateway records were reviewed by the court and then sealed into the case.
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yes, I believe that is the case, Your Honor. And of course, there are a few other things that we're going to make sure are in the record that doesn't change much now and doesn't require us doing them before anybody rests. Some of the notes, I'm sorry.
For the record, we would join in the 3 issues that the McMichaels have raised before we move on to something else, if that's okay. All I would add, Your Honor, is maybe I missed it, and I certainly don't mean any criticism. I think I owe the court a few things, but I don't think I've seen or been served with a copy of the court's order on the probationary status ruling. And honestly, I was waiting for that so that I could move to reconsider. But it's hard for me to move to reconsider when I don't actually have the reasoning of the court on that. So I hope the court would allow me that opportunity in the morning, assuming that sometime before 9 a.m. the court enters an order on that. You've orally indicated that you wouldn't allow it. You've indicated that you would follow up with a written order, kind of like I promised I'd do a bunch of things, and I'm still working on those. It's not a criticism, but I was hoping to have the court's written order before being in a position where I had to either move to reconsider or waive the issue. So I'm not like joining in that, but I'm humbly asking the court if the court can. The court's under no obligation to enter a written order, but my understanding was the court gave us a short summary of its reasoning with the representation it would follow up when it had the opportunity, because the court hasn't had anything else to worry about during this trial. When the court had the opportunity, I would like the opportunity to move for the court to reconsider when I have that written ruling.
And I was through with those 3. I just wanted to let the court know that we will perfect the record with some of the other things we agreed to place under seal, one of the notice of filings, and then the Facebook records with respect to some of the cause strikes that we had made. We all agreed to get those under seal. I just haven't gotten that done yet.
There are a number that probably go through at some point, make sure everybody's on the page with what those items are, just to make sure that the record is complete based on what everyone understands either has been or has been promised to be submitted. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. On the subject of evidence that we feel the court should reconsider before we have to decide whether we're closing or not, the 404B evidence that we have submitted to the court, where we heard a lot of testimony from uniformed officers. We heard testimony from a uniformed officer in a park setting where he approached to try to speak to Mr. Arbery about some suspicions that he had about Mr. Arbery and how that de-escalated into confrontation. We heard that it escalated into confrontation, excuse me. That officer was dressed in uniform with badge and gun in a marked patrol car, and that still happened. We have the encounter in Burke County where Mr. Arbery was chased out of an abandoned building where they suspected marijuana use. He was shouted at, told to stop running, come back, police, by an officer in official clothing with badge, gun, police cars, and did not.
The submission of evidence, I mean, I think there were 10 separate incidents submitted, of which the court has addressed in the order, and we received evidence through hearing. That's all part of the record.
Okay.
So I understand which motion you're talking about.
Got it. Thank you, Judge. So what we've seen then in the case, and the reason why we're asking the court to reconsider this evidence now, and we want to limit it to it wouldn't be all 10 things, it would be things that speak to this particular issue, which is the state has asked all law enforcement officers about their manner of dress, their clothing, and how they use that for presence and to talk to people and make arrests and to try to, I think, distinguish what they did with Mr. McMichael, which is you were not in uniform. You did not have a badge. You were not in an official car. You didn't have any official looking presence. And they also questioned Mr. McMichael about Mr. Arbery has no obligation to stop and talk to you. He has no obligation to speak to you. He has no obligation to explain himself. He can run away from you, and you weren't wearing a uniform and badge, etc. So this has made now relevant the fact that for Mr. Arbery, for Mr. Arbery in particular, when an individual approaches Mr. Arbery and questions him about his conduct, he doesn't engage in a typical fashion. He runs or he gets combative or confrontational, and we have evidence of that over the timeline which we've submitted to the court. The state has now presented this evidence to the jury through the questions and answers, and I guarantee you will argue it in closing that Travis McMichael, dressed as a plainclothes person, Mr. Arbery had no obligation, and thereby essentially create this chasm. The jury should be made aware about the 404B evidence for the purpose that it is limited for, which is to show motive and intent. They're going to get into his intent and have done so already by opening the door on several other occasions, talking about an opening statement being an avid runner, talking an opening statement about Nike shoes so worn that the tread was worn off, that he ran off on his jog toward the McMichael's house, that he never stole anything, he never took anything. Through Matt Albenzi, they questioned him, saying, you don't know why he was in the house, sort of baiting the witness. You don't know why Mr. Arbery ran, introducing the issue of his intent in the house or him running. They actually brought Kelly Parr to testify, and she even talked about his behavior and his intent and what he did not do, like ducking or hiding or running away, that he just stood there. Again, putting his conduct into the case. The 911 call, they allowed Larry English to testify that he looked like he was drunk or on drugs or disoriented. Officer Rash was allowed to testify that he was trying to figure out why he was coming there at night. That's what Rash testified to. Your intent, Officer Rash, was to identify him and find out why he was coming there late at night and then trespass him. Again, the state is putting in Mr. Arbery's intent through the officer, now trying to say, we're trying to actually figure out what his intent is there that night, making the intent issue relevant. And that Officer Rash took action throughout the entire neighborhood to find out why he was there, riding around, asking people, do you know why he's here? They asked the question about, do you know of his routine? That was objected to and sustained, so that's not evidence. They tendered the photograph of the sneakers, the top and bottom. So all of these things are getting into Mr. Arbery's intent, Your Honor, and it goes beyond where the court wanted us to be, but this is all through the action of the state. And so we would say now that his intent has been put in through their opening statement, as well as their law enforcement officers and some neighborhood witnesses. Notice we didn't ask any of our witnesses, did you see him, did you know him, does he run in the neighborhood? We didn't ask that, but they did. And so for that reason, it reopens the door. It opens the door for 404B, and we would ask you to revisit it because of those things.
And Your Honor, I would join in that motion for reconsideration as I joined in the original motion. And I will add this. I don't understand how the state can be pursuing a theory of aggravated assault that's based on the fear of Mr. Arbery, which is going to his mental state at the time that he's being chased, without opening the door to any facts or circumstances that inform his mental process there. And we can certainly take that up at charge conference. That's been noted to the court. But I mean, if the state is pursuing an aggravated assault theory that is based solely on intent to injure, intent to assault, that's one thing. That's the mental state of the defendants in this case. If the state is pursuing an aggravated assault theory based on the reasonable fear of Mr. Arbery, then these other circumstances are certainly informing his decision as to what he's doing. And I think the court should require the state to make an election as to what theory they're proceeding under before the court ultimately rules on the 404B issue. Having said that, as I said, I've joined in the motion.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Judge, the state asks that you deny these 4 motions for reconsideration on all of these issues. All of this was known before we ever started. The mental health is totally irrelevant. 401, 403, they didn't know Mr. Arbery. 404B evidence on Mr. Arbery, they didn't know Mr. Arbery. So therefore, the same rulings and orders you've entered apply right now, despite all the evidence that has been put up. There is absolutely nothing about his mental health, given that Travis McMichael didn't know about it. But Travis McMichael took the stand and told the jury his perceptions and what he thought about Mr. Arbery. So that evidence, based on his perceptions, is before the jury. Probation with fight or flight. Actually, at the end of Mr. Travis McMichael's statement, it was fight or flight. He actually said that. I assumed the defense was going to ask him about that, and then they didn't. Blaming the state for cross-examining their client is a bit of a ludicrous argument, because the state's position is Travis McMichael is lying, not that it's incredulous about Mr. Arbery, that Mr. Arbery would do this, Mr. Arbery would do that. What's incredulous is the lies Travis McMichael is trying to tell this jury, all the stuff he's come up with. That was what the cross-examination was about. The use of force, he got up here and talked about his use of force. He explained it. He did the continuum. Mr. Rubin had him talking all about it. To say the state once again cross-examined about it, so now we've opened up the...
Thank you.
You're absolutely right. It was Mr. Sheffield. But to blame the state and say, well, you cross-examined our client about what he's telling the jury about use of force, so we get to bolster his testimony now, we ask that you go ahead and deny that as well. And there is absolutely nothing that the state's done to talk about Mr. Arbery's intent. We talked about Officer Rash's intent as a law enforcement officer. That's what we talked about. The 911 call, they stipulated to the 911 call where Larry English goes, oh yeah, this is what he looks like out on the boat. And yet they're complaining. So, Your Honor, your orders that you entered on all 4 of these issues, your oral one on probation, we ask that you deny their motions for reconsideration based on the evidence that has been presented here. Thank you.
Any final word then, Ms. Hook?
Your Honor, I stand on what we said. It's not an issue of blame. It's an issue of what proof came in that might inform the court in seeing this in a different light than you did before the evidence that you had an opportunity to see.
Before the court then, our motions for reconsideration on the 4 evidentiary issues that were brought up. There is an existing order on the, I'll just refer to them as the gateway records. I don't have it right in front of me. I forgot how that was couched in the order, whether that was the character. I think it was actually the state's motion in limine on character, which then resulted in a number of filings. That existing order has been in place. Considering the motion for reconsideration, the court is not going to allow those records to come in. The probation and use of force expert orders will be to come. Those are in the process of being drafted. Mr. Goff, they will probably not be in a form that will get them filed by tomorrow morning. But what I tried to do, and I do remember doing, at least on the probation order, was lay out where the court's opinion was based and how the court reached the conclusion that it did based upon the evidence presented at trial. The court's not going to reopen either of those 2 matters. And then, as with the first issue, there is a written order on the 404B evidence, which are the various things that Mr. Sheffield was just referencing. And again, the court on the motion for reconsideration relies upon that order and has considered the evidence referenced during trial and is not going to reopen that matter. So for the record, I think that should clear the record out. If there are matters that need to be placed into the record that have been referenced as being sealed into the record or need to get into the record, I'll keep the record open. I'll figure out the best time to do that until, which I understand then would be documentation that we have discussed before the court that just needs to be part of the file. I would imagine we'll keep that open probably through, I would imagine through closing, maybe to closing. What if that's a problem? Why don't everybody let me know what needs to come in and how long it's going to take to get it in. Maybe that's the better way to do that. I'll keep the record open. Okay.
And at the appropriate time, I did have a couple other things to add.
Let me make sure with the McMichaels.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting. I didn't know if you.
No, I was waiting on you all.
I do think in order to perfect the record, certainly on the use of force expert and perhaps Dr. Kaufman, that we would like the opportunity to call Rick Register, who's a former ATF agent, FLETC instructor on use of force, to make the proffer. I think. No. They didn't do a scientific examination, so there's no.
Just throw it out there.
Yeah. But we do need to put in the record what he would have said had he been allowed to testify.
Okay. Well, let's figure out. When are they available?
I can inquire tonight and get back to the court, but I think Mr. Register is very flexible.
Dr. Kaufman's a different story. I've checked in with her, but I'll speak with her to get back to the court as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't keep the record open forever.
No, we could do it this weekend or next week.
Anything then further from the McMichael defendants?
Yeah, no, we'll rest when the court brings the jury back.
Mr. Goff.
Look, Your Honor, I'm so sorry. I think for the record, we actually need to hear from Greg McMichael personally, just to make sure it's on the record.
It's on the record. We don't need to hear from him.
And I guess I did hear from counsel for Travis McMichael, counsel for Greg McMichael. I understand you're adopting it. I think it had been placed in the record before. Well, it would have been placed in the record before that Greg McMichael would be, I can't remember the language that was used, but effectively adopting the defense. But if there was anything else that may come up, then that would be presented. So what I understand is there's not going to be any additional evidence presented on behalf of Greg McMichael.
Well, what we anticipate you would do, Your Honor, is when the Travis McMichael team rests, you would call on us and then we would make our announcement.
Yeah, that's just, I'm trying to make sure I understand.
Right.
Yeah. And so then Greg McMichael will rest, as I understand it, and then it'll be to Mr. Bryant.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor, not to be really, really picky, but being an appellate, at this juncture in time, Greg McMichael has not stated on the record whether he's going to testify or not. And he has not put his decision on the record. So if the McMichaels rest, the problem is a clever appellate attorney is going to come behind and go, Mr. Greg McMichael never was given out. I'm just.
And that's fair, because as I indicated, I'm usually used to defendants in the discussion with the court on testifying saying whether they have or haven't. And actually, in this case, he hasn't said whether he intends to testify. It's my understanding that Mr. McMichael does not intend to testify and intends to rest.
Well, Your Honor, we'll announce that when you call on us to present our case, but yesterday, I believe it was, you made the full and proper inquiry about whether he understood his rights.
I think we might be talking in circles at this point. I think we're all in the same place. We just need to be clear.
We are.
Okay. Understanding how I think this is going to work, then we will get to Mr. Bryan's case in chief today. Okay. I'm sorry?
Shortly.
Yes. All right, let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll go ahead and get the announcements on the record in just a moment. Mr. Collins.
Okay. I had something I wanted to bring up. I can do that after the recess.
We're all here.
Your Honor, I would note again, it was brought to my attention over the last break, that we have a potpourri of political statements parading out in the foyer in front of this courtroom. And again, we don't understand how this First Amendment activity, which is prejudicial to our client's case, continues to happen inside the courthouse. And I'm not picking on anybody, but it continues to take place. We had a huge protest. When I have access to a color printer, I'll print out some exhibits. We had a huge protest at lunchtime that was so loud with bullhorns, literally 20 feet from the front door of this courthouse, that you could hear what was being said at the doors of this courtroom within the facility. And again, that all goes back to our concern about the fair trial. But the most pressing concern I have is, because I can't read the minds of other counsel in this case, is my assumption is that there's one more witness yet to come, but based on the last couple witnesses, Your Honor, it's not for me to make an objection to character evidence presented against the co-defendant. That's an issue for other counsel to deal with if they think there is an issue. But I heard testimony today, for lack of a better characterization, as vigilante social media posts or communications involving co-defendants. And then, we have this after the fact conspiracy evidence coming out from the last witness. I believe that was Subi Lawrence, talking about her talking to the McMichael defendants, or one of the defendants, about the famous video in this case. I felt under 403 it was more prejudicial than probative in the case, but technically that evidence as presented didn't directly refer to my client, although you could put things together as to where this famous video is coming from. But we're right at the precipice of getting into and establishing or suggesting an after-the-fact conspiracy involving my client. And that's going to raise some serious severance concerns, because now my client is going to trial with two Dirty Harry style vigilantes, if I understand the import of these of the post. And we now have this after the fact conspiracy, which the state has cleverly found a way to get right up to the precipice without actually implicating my client in it. And again, that's going to put us in a severance posture. And if I'm right, the next witness that the McMichael defendants are calling, I suspect we're going to get into more of the same. And if, in fact, the state has intentions of going into any more after-the-fact conspiracy evidence or vigilante evidence in this case, then I think that the court should address what they intend to go into before they do it, and not make me stand up and object in the presence of the jury. Because I'm just not as fluid as some of the other people in this case with these 803s and 403s, and heaven forbid I would make a speaking objection in front of the jury that the state might find objectionable or the court might find objectionable. So if the state intends to go down that path with the next witness, then I think we need to take that up outside the presence of the jury before their cross-examination.
If I knew who the next witness was, I might be able to address this.
I am not aware of the relief the defendant is seeking. That was a broad brush, Mr. Goff.
It was.
So I guess we are noting it for the record.
We are noting the severance issue for the record, and to be more specific, if the defense, I don't know what they're doing, but if the defense is going to call Diego Perez, who I had thought the state was calling, but they decided not to call. I had thought the defense was calling. Maybe they're not calling, but if they're going to put him up and the state's going to backdoor in vigilante issues involving the co-defendants or after-the-fact conspiracies, before the state does that on cross-examination, I think we need to take that up outside the presence of the jury.
Well, the court will take that matter. I'm not going to take the matter under advisement. Duly noted. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess.
with another one.
This is for my city mind. Oh, yeah. I got love for my city, baby. Oh, baby, yeah. This is for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. This is for my city mind.
2020 started with Ahmaud jogging. He never made it home, so it's kinda mind-boggling. Bobby Hall passed away. DJ died in his front yard. Fucked his family up, he had him crying in his front yard. They fought for a friend, caught a bullet to her neck. Now Wanda Cooper say the people only running for a check. I ain't trying to disrespect, I'm just stating how I feel. Kendra set off in a car, so how in the fuck she got killed? 2020 hit with 2020, could you please leave? Police still shooting, and we still screaming, can't breathe. You see this shit is kinda strange, some shit'll never change. This year's shit is stained, can you feel my city pain?
This is for my city mind. Oh, yeah. I got love for my city, baby. Oh, baby, yeah. This is for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. This is for my city.
I got love for my city, on a titty, born and raised. Grown to be a sage, OG from the old days. Step to it if you're brave, speaking to the runaways. Confronted as a man or a woman or just fade. I got love for the blades, you know what it is, G. To be a G, straight up on the sixes to be me. We are one and the same. Who else is that to blame? Other than life circumstances, got a nigga switching lanes. Speaking of the gang, I'ma bring back to the end. Got a wingman in the wind. That's just how we profiting, cause being from the witch family, I must admit, learn to walk amongst the shadows or get met with the bullshit.
This is for my city mind. Oh, yeah. I got love for my city, baby. Oh, baby, yeah. This is for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. This is for my city, babe. Now 2020 was a bad year. Now we in 2020, finally got your ass here. I shed my last tear. My pops died last year. LC called Corona, goddamn, that was a bad year. A lot of chaos, it was mad fear. We wearing masks, how much longer will we last here? Them crooked ass queers trapped the mod and blast them. Right across the highway from my crib, shit getting bad here. I done loaded up and got some straight, you bring your ass here. I promise you ain't walking out, you leaving in the bad shit. All that drama, we gon' leave off in the past shit. Salute to everybody in the field, now let's get a win. This is for my city mind. Oh, yeah. I got love for my city, baby. Oh, baby, yeah. This is for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. I got love for my city mind. This is for my city, man.
2020 started out with COVID and got worse. So months later, we was introduced to COVID. Like, oh shit, a pandemic came in, this bitch really kicking. My era felt something different. Showed us our time was really ticking. People started falling off every second, every minute. Everybody around this motherfucker really started kneeling. Everybody around the world, everybody around the beat. I bet they were down with their head to the ceiling. I bet 2020 gave a 2020 vision. Welcome to the Odyssey, messed up a part of me. Nigga, regardless, oh my god. I bet you we can't get the vote, oh my. Arbery, nigga don't wanna hear no motherfucker sorry. Nigga don't wanna hear no motherfucker probably. See, that's the motherfucking problem. A nigga like me, I was motherfucking rock. Probably would've got locked up on purpose. Got up in the cell with the motherfucking person. It would've got better. It would've got worse in the video, and that's what really hurt.
This is for my city mind. Oh, yeah. I got love for my city, baby. Oh, baby, yeah. This is for my city, babe. I got love for my city, mind. I got love for my city, mind. I got love for my city, mind. This is for my city, babe. Whoa. Kusha K. OG Car.
over. And we ain't playing with you.
All right, we're in day number 10. Holler at my people. Just come up here and holler at y'all for a few. Since they on recess. Very, very, very shitty show, if you ask me. What up, Crystal G in the building, shining light. Uncle Charles. The Lioness is in the building. K-Money, I seen K-Money in here, Spiritual Rising. Who else in here? I think we have some new people in here as well. Supreme Pause. Chakra's in the building. What's going on? Kimberly Love, what's going on? Beverly Bagby. Welcome. Shout out for y'all coming through. Sorry I didn't speak earlier. Trying to make some moves. Trying to bring the homie on to the live soon. I ain't gonna tell you so I can confirm it. But yeah, I'm working outside of the case as well. But y'all stay tuned on that. If I can get that confirmation, I'll let y'all know. But I don't want to speak on it just yet. Big person. Yeah. It's good. Miss Ophelia Francis is in the building. Who else in here? MTGV Crucial K is in the building. Bam's in the building. Damn, well, I see a lot of people that slid through here. Appreciate y'all. What else in here? D Marie, I done spoke to D. Yeah, I appreciate that, cuzzo. Appreciate you. Everybody else that's in here, you know, it's all love. If I haven't spoke, I'm speaking now. It's all love. Drop the link in here. I know they're on a little break. And it is 3:52, so I'm pretty sure this is the last break before they break for the day. Drop that in there if you want to come up and share your thoughts about what y'all just seen. I don't know why they even brought them last two women up there. They were a bunch of idiots, you ask me. But I ain't gonna go there. I'm gonna just leave that alone. It's like, I don't even know why they make them raise their right hand and do all that swearing in shit. Them people gonna lie anyway. They gonna lie anyway. Salute to you too, Spiritual Rising. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I'm trying to get a couple of interviews set up for y'all. To come through and talk to y'all and, let y'all get to know them as a person and things they do in the community and things like that. And definitely gonna talk about this case. So like I said, y'all bear with me. I'm working. Trying to make things a little bit more interesting, bring a little more flavor to the page, you feel me? But link in the chat if you want to come up tonight. We're gonna vibe to some music. Y'all know how we rocking. Rocking like a cutoff stocking. You dig? So let me find another song real quick. Sit tight.
Yeah, that. Hey, yeah, that. I am, we are HGH2. Cops killing, and they picking targets. No shit, like I ain't got a toilet. Play the game, you forfeit. Overall, it's bullshit. Overall, lies. Overall, pride. Everybody got beef until it's time to ride. And the niggas switch up, go to that dark side. And it all go down, just like it's low tide. And how you riding that wave, it's like a boat ride. Coming straight at your neck, just like a bow tie. And you done ran out of minutes, now it's go time. Yeah, I feel a whole lot of pain. Yeah, I know I tried just to do the right thing. Yeah, I know times gon' get harder than most. Pray to the most high, vision getting better than most. Open your third eye, imagine seeing life from a view of a bird's eye. Police running down on niggas, killing them curbside.
We got the crazies, just give the word. The guards coming, we make them purge. Guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. We got the crazies, just give the word. The guards coming, we make them purge. Give me the urge, give me the strength. Niggas trying to tax me, I claim exempt. My agency's all set, man up the temps. Give them word that the work, we gon' stretch the length. When the guards being dealt, play your hands right. Get yourself straight, then you get your mans right. You're claiming boss, make sure that the plan's tight. Oversight, looking down from a different height. My tunnel vision got me focused like a bird flight. Watching ground moves, peeking from a bird's sight. You niggas square me, you botch from a different angle. My attitude's T-Rex, you wanna tangle. We been in prison, the streets the yards, the jail's the whole, back to the cards. If my life matters more than yours, right, then how you match the guard's plan if it's planned right. We got the crazies, just give the word. The guards coming, we make them purge. Guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. We got the crazies, just give the word. The guards coming, we make them purge.
I'm trying to put bullet holes on police badges. Burn Babylon, burn, turn the bitch to ashes. You slave patrolling, my 40 blowing, that's target practice. Pouring gasoline on the flag, now where's my matches? Off the blood of my ancestors, you're living comfortably. I am the karma for crackers, they keep ducking me. Nat Turner whisper in my ear, yeah, he haunting me. Saying make them pay 44 fathers fuckery. I'm hip-hop messiah on water, you can't walk with me. Speak on the truth of power, you can't muzzle me. Nothing but pain and gunpowder flow through my arteries. Police sirens, my jackpot, I hit the lottery. I'm dominant, they recessive, yeah, obsolete. I'm going out like a martyr, you gon' remember me. I'ma live forever, my people, they're gonna honor me. Port City Persia's bitch, so we can be free.
We got the crazies, just give the word. The guards coming, we make them purge. Guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. The guards coming, we make them purge. We got the crazies, just give the word. The guards coming, we make them purge.
it's hard, but I'm living through it. And it's a God, but sometimes make you wonder why he put us through it. My grandma had a fucking tumor. They told me she was about to die. So blow a nigga about to lose it. Who lives or die? I don't understand why. And I need a little time for my mind. I just need a rewind. Why can't everything just be fine? Why the love once you taking gotta be mine? And when you took Lex, we could see the sign. I still feel it wasn't time to have an open mind. Now we won't know the date and we won't know the time. But this thing on my wrist, it can hold it fine. I need an overtime. Think I just broke the rewind. I got a request for more time. If I could rewind time, I would go back in time, rewrite a couple lines, speak everything that's on my mind. Make sure my grandma, she doing fine. It takes a little more time, but focus on my rhymes. Only if I could rewind time, I would bring the good people back. I would cut out people some slack, but I never would change the fact that I'm black. So what my timepiece?
I wish I knew what I know now. I would've stopped living so fast and slowed down. I wouldn't never grip no gun and bust rounds. I wouldn't never sold one drug. I live low brow. I wouldn't hit. I made straight A's and be proud. I wouldn't never start fucking drinking and smoking loud. I live with so many damn regrets. My past is a mess. I look at my timepiece. I only got seconds left. My pain I suppress. I self-medicate. It's like I'm boxing death. I'm a heavyweight while I'm breathing, Holmes. I'ma get it straight cause I can't right my wrongs. At heaven's gates, tears flow down my face as I dream chase. I ain't got time to spare, no minute to waste. Sound of that clock tick making me mad cause I wanna rewind it back and have a talk with my dad. If I could rewind time, I would go back in time, rewrite a couple lines, speak everything on my mind. I would make sure my loved ones are doing fine. I'm running out of time, I'm blessed when that sunrise. Only if I can rewind time. Only if I could. I would bring good people back. I would cut out people some slack. But I would never change the fact that I'm black. So when my timepiece.
Must value her at her proper worth. Take the time to prioritize what come first. Every moment lost is a moment that can't be reclaimed. So ashamed, react as if you don't know her name. Women call her father time. We say mother nature. See the signs and symbols through faces. She surely take you through a 24,000 year in sun cycle. Witness the reincarnation. Hasten we call Michael, the supreme in the flesh. Dreams are manifest through confirmation. In fact, I feel blessed. See many obsessed, feeding forces of unrest. Yet, obey your thirst is what they suggest. Material wise, bring side the minds through the technological advancement. You think that we will rise, but to the opposite.
All right for the jury. Please seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the case from Travis McMichael.
Your Honor, on behalf of Travis McMichael, we rest.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael.
Your Honor, on behalf of Greg McMichael, we rest.
On behalf of Mr. Bryan.
On behalf of Mr. Bryan, we've discussed this with the state. Rather than being compelled to republish the Night Owl porch video, still picture of Mr. Bryan's residence, republished Night Owl 2 video with the trucks. And rather than publishing this excerpts from the state exhibits of investigator Officer Minshew and Detective Lowry, the state has agreed that we don't need to republish those today since we went through that yesterday. Reserve the right to do that during closing statements.
I'm sure that's been discussed with the state.
It has, Your Honor.
With that understanding, we rest.
Anything in rebuttal from the state?
No, Your Honor, nothing in rebuttal.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that all of the evidence that will be presented in this case has been presented. So let me tell you how we're going to proceed from here. There are matters that the court's going to need to address. That's going to take a little bit of time. We are going to go ahead and adjourn until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Okay, so you are not going to be required to be in court tomorrow, but you are going to be required to be here at 9 o'clock Monday morning. Now, over this period of time, again, I'm going to repeat these instructions, which hopefully you're thinking about even in your sleep. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't let anybody discuss the case with you. Don't go looking for any information about the case. If anybody is talking about the case in your presence of hearing, you need to walk away. And if anybody is approaching you about the case and wanting to talk to you or trying to talk to you about it, you need to make sure you walk away and contact the court so that we can get that matter addressed. Again, if you have social media, don't go looking at your social media accounts. Don't go picking up newspapers. Don't be flipping through stations and get caught on a station that's talking about the case. Don't do any of that. And I understand I've said those instructions a number of times and you've heard them before, and I see I've got a lot of nodding heads, so everybody understands the importance of those instructions. So again, we will reconvene Monday morning at 9 o'clock. I think the way we're moving right now, that will be for closing arguments or closing statements by counsel, and we'll proceed with the case at that time. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your attention here in the Superior Court of Glenn County, and we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. All right, thank you.
All right for the jury.
Let's go ahead and perfect the record. Any motions or other matters for the court with the evidence being in?
None from the state. I will go ahead and make sure all the evidence is organized and put appropriately together.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we would just renew the motion for directed verdict of acquittal we made at the end of the state's case. Same arguments. I won't repeat any of them here, but I want to adopt all of them and apply them here at the end of the evidence.
Can I understand that? If I remember correctly, that motion was made on behalf of both McMichael defendants. Yeah. So I understand it's being adopted by both McMichael defendants. Mr. Bryan.
All right. No, we renew our motion for directed verdict, and we also, I think, joined in the McMichael motion, so we join in renewing theirs as well.
For the record, then those motions having been made, the court denies those motions as presented, but they've been perfected into the record or into the record. Anything from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From the from Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan.
No, Your Honor.
Before we break, if you could give Sam a good email address so that we can forward to you the court's proposed charge, as I indicated that I would. So if you could do that before you leave, that would be appreciated. Let's plan on giving everybody an extra hour tomorrow morning to go and do whatever you want to do for an hour. So let's plan on 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll plan a charge conference at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Is part of the big global, baby.
John Diamond made the beat and I'm gon' kill him.
I say the blacker the nigga, the deeper the roots. They try to silence me, pimpin', cause I'm speaking the truth. You know that life is really hard as a black man. Regardless, we feeling scarred for being that man. To put it on wax, gotta understand that. And that's the fact, don't try to act like it's the black man. How they got facts, trying to kill us on the back. Try to send a nigga packing, really think a nigga lacking. But yet they still act, try to treat us like we bag. It's a whole bunch of madmen, they practicing these hacks. Why don't we smash on these bad? Same way they try to trap, murder all the kidnap, glorify the good rappers.
Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. Even when the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Got your head up, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I hope you got your head up.
Strong black men, put your fist up and keep your
head up.
Queens holding down their kings, keep stepping and keep your
head up.
To all of the niggas that doing the big, that's up in the pen.
Got your head up.
I told my mama,
don't cry.
Wipe the tears from your eyes and keep
your head up.
The blacker the berry, the blacker the nigga. They look at our figure, they look at our faces. These bitches scary, they scared of us. We ain't terrorists. Y'all made us armed and dangerous. They mad at us, matter of fact, mad as fuck. Everything surrounding us, cause we can multiply, not divide it up, subtract and plus. We never had shit, so when we get it, man, we acting up. If it's one thing that we believe in this guy we trust, and God I bust hit him with the stick like a puck on my mighty. Don't cry,
I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. Even when the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Got your head up, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I hope you got your head up, head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. Don't cry, baby, don't cry. You got to keep your head up, keep your head up, keep your head up, keep your head up, head up.
All right, so they have retired for the day. Of course, as you heard, there's no court tomorrow. They will pick back up on Monday morning. So hey, I can sleep in tomorrow. But looks like we winding this thing down. It's coming to a head. What y'all say? Sounds like they're going to lay out the charges to present to the jury on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, I heard the same thing. So it's finna go down very soon. Y'all, it's gonna be interesting, but I know what I expect.
And we can celebrate Alexis's life.
Uh-oh. Let me turn this off.
And we can look to our left and
I don't know who Alexis is, but we'll go ahead and get up out of here. I dropped the link. Guess everybody good for the day. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. We're still running. As always, it's one love. Y'all be safe. And be easy. I'm out of here. Have a good one.